My name is Andrew Chamagero, and I'm going to be your host today. But I want to first start off by inviting you for a cup of coffee. We're going to have a working tea in the interest of time. We have started quite very late. We can't attribute this to traffic or the weather. Uh, it's something we need to fight from the household level, time management. But I'm going to welcome you all to grab a cup of coffee from the lounge area, grab a cup of coffee, and then you return, and then we shall begin officially. But you're so much welcome, each one of you. You're so much welcome. So let's just go grab a cup of coffee, then return, and then we shall start. Thank you. address is here, our ministers are here. So it's on us to start in time. This is the very last call to those who are still within the lounge having breakfast to come and join us, please. Thank you so much for gracing this occasion. Those who are outside, kindly make this very last call. And now that our minister is here, I'm going to request that we shall all stand up and we'll have the two anthems sounded, and then we'll be in session. Thank you.
Tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tulilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you. We may take our seats, ladies and gentlemen. It's such an honor to have you today on our second annual National Labour Convention and Expo. Honorable Betty Mongi, the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, representative of His Excellency, the Ambassador of the Kingdom of Belgium, Mr. Luke Pearson, our keynote addresser today, Honorable Justice Nzioki Makau, the Honorable Justice of Employment and Labor Relations in Kenya. It's such an honor to have you. The State Ministers present, we have Honorable Baram Barugahara, Minister of State, Youth and Children Affairs, the Honorable Minister Esther Anyakun, the Minister of State of Labor, members of Parliament present. I've seen a couple of members of Parliament, especially the workers' MPs, judges of the Industrial Code. I've seen the Lady Justice Alinda Tumusime, the judge of the Industrial Code. Such an honor to have you. Justice Wawide Anthony, the PS Mr. Agre Chivenge, that is the PS Minister of Gender, commissioners present, directors from the different government parastatals. Ladies and gentlemen, you're so much welcome. And I want to make this much more inclusive. Just turn to your neighbor and welcome your neighbor today. Turn to your neighbor and welcome your neighbor. Let's just break the little bit of the, this is who we are. This is who we are. It is such an amazing honor today as we mark not only yet another conference, the second of its kind, but we're here with a conference of the nation's top minds and voices across the multiple sectors of our land. We are all united in a commitment to reshape and invigorate our labor landscape as a country. With us here today, we have government officials, policymakers, workers from both formal and informal sectors. We have the labor union representatives, legal professionals, including lawyers and judicial officers present with us. We have the finance directors, in-house legal departments. I've seen a couple of those, compliance managers, trustees, pension managers, health and safety professionals, top executives from NGOs, civil society organizations, academias and researchers, but above all, workers present. Friends, as we're convening here today, we are looking at a very critical agenda as we are heading towards the International Labor Day that will be next week. And this is one of the key activities that is stretching us to that day. Allow me to thank our key partners in this, and you'll go with me and we shall clap for them. Let's clap for Enabel Uganda for enabling this today. Let's clap for NSSF. We have GROW, courtesy of the World Bank. Let's clap for GROW. We have Rebuild, the Industrial Court of Uganda. Let's clap for the Industrial Court of Uganda. The Uganda Law Society. And not forgetting the convener of today, the Ministry of Labor, Gender and Social Development. Let's give them a round of applause. And these are going to be the ground rules. For the fourth estate, we shall maintain that corridor. No cameraman will be allowed beyond this. So all the fourth estate members, we're going to use that corridor, and we have live cameras that are feeding on NBS and Sanyuka TV, so we shall maintain that. And just to kick off this conversation today, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Mr. Alex Asimwe, the Commissioner of Labor and Industrial Relations as well as Productivity, to give us a great presentation on the contextual background of the annual Labor Convention. The first one was a little bit low, and today our dear Chief Guest, Madam Honorable Minister, the numbers here could look small, but we have an expo down on the lawn down. So after here, we shall go down and we see what is being exhibited. So some of those are exhibitors on the other side, but others will be joining us later. Let's welcome Mr. Alex Asimwe to present to us the contextual background of this day.
Our chief guest, Honorable Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, our Honorable Ministers of State, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, the judges of Industrial Court, Lady Justice Linda, the head of Industrial Court, and our keynote speaker, Justice Nziochi Maku. I hope that's the right pronunciation. The Permanent Secretary, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Now I'm going to give a contextual background about this convention. IT. Okay, thank you. So I will highlight just the background, historical overview of this convention, the objectives of the convention, the importance of the convention, achievements so far and the impact, and then I will deep dive into the way forward or the future convention that lies ahead of us. Our chief guest, labor is central to the production and consumption of goods and services. It is key to income distribution and the national savings. And you can as well say that actually labor is a critical determinant of economic growth. So you will not have goods and services produced without labor. But also when workers get employed in what we call productive jobs, they earn and they are able to distribute income through the expenditure on the services. Now, in light of that importance, the government of Uganda established the ministry responsible for labor, employment, and productivity, and through that, the Department of Labor, Industrial Relations, and Productivity was created with a mission to develop a productive and competitive workforce with decent jobs and a secure retirement. Now, the mandate of this department is to formulate and implement laws, policies, and programs, but also serves as a policy advisory and a coordination arm of government on aspects of labor, industrial relations, and productivity. Our chief guest, one of the objectives of this department of labor, industrial relations, and productivity is to promote awareness of the labor laws and standards among workers, employers, and general public. And this forum falls fit into that objective. In addition, the law provides, that's the Employment Act, Section 20 provides for the Commissioner to publish an annual report of inspection services covering aspects of the labor laws, the staff under the jurisdiction of this office, statistics of workplaces liable to inspection, their findings, the aspects of statistics of industrial accidents and occupational diseases, statistics on the aspects of PWDs in workplaces and NAID being provided, but also importantly, the statistics of proceedings brought before the industrial court and of their disposal. So in light of that, our chief guest is that this convention, this forum, is supposed to be a platform where the key aspects of labor, employment, and productivity are supposed to be discussed, consensus building, and reach consensus building on the implementation, and even look at aspects of policy reforms. And this annual, the annual labor report, our chief guest, needs to look at some selected, for example, indicators on our population dynamics. On the aspects of working age population, the size of the working population, the labor force. We are supposed to dive into the aspects of persons in employment. What about those that are not in employment? The aspects of child labor. Then we also have a very serious critical issue of subsistence sector, where the majority of our people are still being employed. And then the informal sector and an employment rate. So this convention, therefore, is supposed to look into the characteristics, the policy interventions in regard to the aspects of these selected indicators of the categories of the population of this country. Now, last year, our chief guest, because of the background I've given, the mandate and the statutory requirement to have the annual labor report, we came together and started this convention, and we are 1 year old. Initially, we established it to address specific labor and employment and productivity issues. But then this year, we have seen the convention evolve into a comprehensive forum encompassing diverse stakeholders. And I'm happy to report to you, our chief guest, that we have on board a neighbor that has really supported us. We have brought on board the Uganda Law Society, brought on board the Industrial Court, and other partners. So this year convention, therefore, has grown massively, even with the inclusion of the Expo. The Expo has brought together all key stakeholders, including the legal fraternity. Now, the objective of this convention is to enhance the understanding of the labor laws. We are supposed to provide a platform for dissemination of information on the status of labor, employment, and productivity. To provide a platform for dialogue and consensus building among key stakeholders on policy issues, but also importantly, to increase advocacy from partners to support the implementation of National Decent Work Agenda, or what we call Decent Work Country Program. Now, the importance of this convention, our chief guest, is one is to serve as a crucial platform for tripartite plus to address pertinent policy issues affecting human capital development and administration of justice programs. It's also supposed to facilitate dialogue, collaboration, policy formulation to enhance labor rights protection, productivity, and socioeconomic transformation. And also, most importantly, our chief guest, this convention serves as a crucial platform for exploring and building synergies between the ministry responsible for labor and other key stakeholders in building an efficient, productive workforce for sustainable wealth creation. And then another is in building alignment of our education, training, employment, and other support systems. In the last 1 year, our chief guest, we've been able to enact the labor laws and the regulation to enhance workers' protection and rights. For instance, our chief guest, Cabinet approved the principles for amending Labor Unions Act, and the bill is now before the first Parliamentary Council. Cabinet also passed the principles for amending the Workers' Compensation Act. The bill is before the first Parliamentary Council. We finalized the Employment Amendment Bill. Cabinet passed that, and we have several regulations that have been finalized and that are before the first Parliamentary Council. And the discussions of last conference were able to give us a way and a platform to quickly work on the establishment of the Labor Advisory Board. So we now have a functional Labor Advisory Board as a tripartite institution that is supposed not only to resolve disputes, but also promote productive employment. We have seen a number of programs and initiatives come up as a result of our discussions. We now have programs that address youth unemployment, gender disparities, and informal sector, just to mention a few. We have apprenticeship scheme. The GROW project is on board. We have also a number of interventions on elimination of child labor. Our chief guest, we have seen a strong collaboration and partnership. That's why we are here with the Uganda Law Society, the Industrial Court, the NEBO, and many other partners. We have also seen our chief guest, strong collaboration with our social partners, the two centers, COF2 and NO2, and then Federation of Uganda Employers. As I conclude, our chief guest, we are looking forward that in the next convention, we should be able really to have the annual labor inspection report disseminated. We should be able to increase advocacy and popularize the activities of these conventions. We'll also work strongly on strengthening the collaboration and partnerships. Our chief guest, thank you for listening.
Thank you, Alex. That was quite in depth, but I think it gives us clarity on why we're here and why we're convening. I've seen a couple of our development partners, Stephen Opio from the International Labour Organization. I've seen the Belizean team that is here with us. I've equally seen Mr. Ali Azotti, the administration and representing the resident representative of Uganda of Enabel. Thank you so much for coming, sir. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome the president. Please note, this is the president of the Uganda Law Society, Mr. Bernard Oundo.
Andrew, I thought you were going to say with a small p, so that we are clear. Honorable Minister, the Chief Guest, Honorable Ministers of State, the representative of His Excellency, the Ambassador to Belgium, my lords, judges of our labor court, our chief guest from Kenya who will give the keynote speaker, members of the press, delegates, and everyone else. A good morning to you all. Honorable Minister, my job this morning is threefold. As I said, first is just to ensure that I get the protocol right, so that all those who speak after me can conveniently say, all protocol observed. Also, Honorable Minister, I would like to adopt the protocol sent out by the President of the Uganda Law Society. I unfortunately have tried to get it right this morning, so I have not really helped you. But I have found a convenient way to address it. To all the invited guests here, I fear you all. Secondly, Honorable Minister, my job here is a simple message to join the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development to welcome all our invited guests to the annual National Labor Convention. To the organizers and sponsors, they have all been mentioned here. We want to say thank you for making this happen. And Honorable Minister, allow me to tell our invited guests where to upload and where not to upload, so that they can respond. Can we upload to thank all our sponsors for this conference? Honorable Minister, I also want the invited guests here to upload the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development under your leadership for strengthening collaboration and partnerships. I want to say thank you. This is the way to go. Honorable Ministers, Uganda Law Society, we usually hold what we call an employment law conference, specifically for employment law. But this year we said we are not going to hold it. If there is an opportunity for us to collaborate with the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, we shall do that. And that is why we are here. Third and finally, Honorable Minister, as you know in our culture, those who come to welcome don't stay long. They come like John the Baptist to prepare the ground for those who will speak for longer and share a few reflections on the topics that we have set here. Honorable Minister, that notwithstanding, I would just like to share a few thoughts on access to labor justice in Uganda and indicate that there is a rapidly evolving socio-economic landscape. Ensuring access to justice for all workers is paramount to upholding their rights, promoting fairness in employment practices, and fostering inclusive economic growth. As we gather here over the next 2 days, I encourage all participants to engage in robust discussions, share experiences, and propose actionable recommendations that will contribute to the advancement of labor justice in Uganda. Together, we have the power to shape policies, enact reforms, and build a more and just equitable society for all. And in our view, the topics that are going to be discussed here are very important, including the overdue reforms in our labor laws that I have had the commissioner be able to speak about here. Honorable Minister, the limited number of justices in the industrial court, these are issues that we still need to speak to. The need to embrace alternative dispute resolution in labor disputes so that we all don't have to use the formal system, but we can use, as the Chief Justice has called it, African dispute resolution. We also need to speak to the issues of the future of labor in light of the technological developments. And lastly, the issues around retirement benefits and bereavement funds. These are all issues that will be discussed here, and I am happy and waiting to hear the thoughts of the panelists that have been brought to discuss these issues. Lastly, Honorable Minister, I would like to thank our team at the Uganda Law Society. You know, sometimes we take the credit, yet we only appear when it's time for speeches, Honorable Minister. So it is important for me to give credit where it is due. I would like to thank our chairman of the employment cluster, my brother Moses. Please stand up for recognition so that the flowers are given to you for leading this initiative, and all the staff and the secretariat at the Uganda Law Society. Honorable Minister, allow me again in a very special way, thank you. Thank you for providing a platform for collaboration. Thank you for providing a platform for partnership. As we strive for a brighter future, let us remember that access to labor justice is not a privilege, but a fundamental right. Together, let's ensure that every worker in Uganda has equal access to justice, creating a society where fairness and equality prevail. God bless you all, and thank you for God and my country.
Thank you so much, Bernard. Keywords, a platform for collaborations and partnerships. That's the power for the future. Now that the president of Uganda Law Society has given us the welcoming remarks, allow me to pass on the mantle to Mr. Agre David Chibenge, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Let's clap for him as he makes his way here.
Our chief guest, the Honorable Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, your colleague, the Honorable Minister of State, in charge of labor, employment, and industrial relations, justices, worships, and legal practitioners here present. I've not seen the honorable members of parliament, but if any, and as Bernard said, I'll stand on the protocol that has been ably presented by our moderator, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to welcome you to this annual Labor Convention and Expo 2024. This is the second year of implementation of a brilliant idea of having an annual event to bring together high-level stakeholders in the labor industry to discuss matters affecting labor administration and how to utilize this country's great labor dividend for economic development. But in a special way, join me to appreciate our chief guest, the Honorable Minister, for according priority attention to this convention, and also to welcome our new Minister in charge of Labor, Employment and Industrial Relations, Honorable Esther Anyakun. The theme of this annual Labor Convention of Expo, Annual Convention and Expo, which is improving access to justice, equity, and the future of work, is one of paramount importance to our collective success. In a world where economic growth and social justice are increasingly intertwined, it is crucial that we address the conditions under which our workforce operates. Ensuring access to labor justice not only upholds human dignity, but also significantly boosts productivity. Labor justice encompasses a wide range of rights and protection for workers. It involves ensuring fair wages, reasonable working hours, safe working conditions, non-discrimination, and freedom from exploitation. It also includes mechanisms for resolving disputes between employers and employees in a fair and timely manner. When workers feel valued and protected, they are more likely to be engaged and motivated, which positively impacts their productivity. Research has consistently shown that workplaces with high levels of labor justice tend to have higher productivity. This connection can be explained through high employee morale and engagement, reduced workplace conflicts and industrial action, increased attraction and retention of talent, better health and safety at the workplace, as well as heightened innovation and creativity. Despite the clear benefits, access to labor justice faces several challenges. These include inadequate infrastructure along the labor justice chain, lack of awareness among workers, and resistance from employers. Addressing these challenges requires a multifaceted approach. The establishment of the Industrial Court of Uganda, together with the ongoing review of the Employment Act 2006, the Labor Unions Act 2006, and the Workers' Compensation Act, as well as several other subsidiary regulations that are underway, make me proudly confirm that Uganda has one of the most robust legal frameworks, particularly regarding the labor sector. However, several financial and technical challenges still persist and affect the speed of implementation. That is where all of you valuable stakeholders in attendance come in. By promoting awareness and education among workers through protecting the freedom of association and collective bargaining, increasing corporate responsibility among employers with the support of the government and global collaboration, by promoting and enforcing labor standards worldwide, an effective labor justice system will become a faucet from which economic stability and progression will flow. I therefore wish to thank our technical and the political leadership, as well as our international partners who have prioritized development of human capital in Uganda through funding and support of ministry programs, which include the Generating Growth Opportunities and Productivity of Women Enterprises, the GROW project. We have the apprenticeship program, the Green Jobs program, supporting Juakali enterprises to transition into the formal economy, abbreviated as SENTE, among others. These promote job creation and increase labor productivity, all geared towards poverty alleviation. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I thank my team, led by the Commissioner in charge of Labor, Industrial Relations and Productivity, that has organized this convention and expo, and in a special way, extend my gratitude and that of the entire ministry to all our partners. They have been enumerated, who answered our call to collaboration and offered technical and financial support to ensure the success of this convention. But in a special way, NSSF would like to acknowledge your support, Uganda Law Society, the International Rescue Committee, the Industrial Court of Uganda, Enabel, among others. Ladies and gentlemen, I've sought and been permitted by the Honorable Minister to exit shortly after making my submission. I'll not be doing so in protest, but to attend to some very urgent business. And I pray you appreciate my absence during this particular session. I once again welcome all of you and wish you very fruitful engagements. I say this for God and my country.
Thank you so much, PS. If you would like to make the other world know what is going on here, the hashtag is enabling change. That's the hashtag. I know we have a lot of people here who are always in boardrooms and all. The generation where we are, conversations go beyond this room. So if you're tweeting whatever is being said, the hashtag is enabling change. Let's now hear from our development partners. And I will start with Mr. Luke Pearson, the Deputy Head of Mission from the Belgian Kingdom of Belgium and Head of Cooperation, and representing His Excellency today. Let's welcome him. You're welcome, Pearson.
Thank you. Good morning to all. So the Honorable Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, the Honorable Minister of State, the President of Uganda Law Society, Honorable Justices, the Director of ILO for Uganda and Kenya, colleagues of Enable, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I'm really honored to address this esteemed gathering at the second annual National Labor Convention and Expo under the theme Improving Access to Justice, Equity, and the Future of Work. Access to justice is not merely a legal principle. It is a fundamental right that forms the cornerstone of equitable societies. As we confront the challenges and opportunities presented by the rapidly evolving nature of work, it becomes increasingly apparent that ensuring equal access to justice is paramount. In a world where technological advancements, globalization, and demographic shifts shape the contours of employment, we must safeguard the rights and dignity of all workers, regardless of their background, status, or employment arrangement. So in this regard, I would like to highlight some of Uganda's legal and policy framework aiming at addressing labor complaints and disputes, thereby improving access to labor justice and ensuring the protection of workers' rights, such as the National Employment Act, the Occupational Safety and Health Act, and the Labor Unions Act. Furthermore, the decentralization of the administration of labor justice and the designation of labor offices as the courts of first instance on labor matters are really notable achievements. Also, the establishment of the industrial court as a referral court for labor disputes and the existence of mechanisms such as the public sector negotiating machinery are crucial in ensuring fair and transparent resolution of labor disputes. However, despite these achievements, the world of work is still facing a number of challenges in Uganda. And I'm thinking, for instance, of unfair dismissal, unpaid wages, or unsafe working conditions, undermining the rights and well-being of workers across various sectors. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, Belgium stands by Uganda in its journey to improve the work environment and the standards at the workplace. Indeed, we strongly believe that the future of work lies in decent work. It is even a cornerstone of our law on development cooperation. This, among others, translates into funding multilateral organizations like the International Labour Organization, ILO, for which we support its flagship program, Social Protection Floors for All. And Belgium is also a strong supporter of the United Nations Global Accelerator on Jobs and Social Protection for Just Transitions. Specifically in Uganda, Belgium manages a decent work and social protection program implemented by your colleagues of the Belgian Development Agency, Enable. In Uganda, a lot of jobs are informal. And although this means that people are employed, it does not automatically mean that their work is a way out of poverty. And that is why Belgium's position on labor lies in decent work and also in social protection mechanisms that go with it. We should look beyond the mere creation of jobs and lift employment to the next level, to the level of decent work. Belgium's program aims at increasing opportunities for women and young people of working age in the Albertine-Wenzori region to engage in decent work, to be better protected by labor rights, and to benefit from social protection and more inclusive social dialogue. The targeted sectors are agriculture, tourism, and hospitality, as well as green economy. This program is anchored within the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. So allow me to thank the Honorable Minister for the good collaboration between the team of Enable and the teams at the Ministry. Belgium also supports the most vulnerable in Uganda by improving access to justice, particularly in the workplace. Enable will also provide technical assistance, best practices, and capacity building initiatives in order to enhance Uganda's institutional framework for the labor sector. Building on its wealth of experience in several countries, Enable will also contribute to raising awareness of labor rights, improve access to legal services, and strengthen mechanisms for resolving labor disputes effectively. So, ladies and gentlemen, our Decent Work and Social Protection Program is looking at enhancing the enabling environment for policy development and dialogue on decent work. In our opinion, this is particularly relevant for today's conference, as the topics that will be discussed align well with decent work, that is youth employment, decent work for vulnerable groups, access to labor justice, and labor rights, just to name a few. With this in mind, ladies and gentlemen, let us seize this opportunity to reaffirm our shared commitment to building a state of play where access to justice is not just a privilege, but a fundamental right for all, without any kind of discrimination whatsoever. Together, let us shape Uganda's labor future in the direction of integrity, inclusion, and prosperity. Thank you very much.
Appreciate you so much, Your Excellency, today, Luke Pearson. Access to justice is not a privilege, but it's a right. I loved that face so much, given that we come from the fourth estate. And sometimes this flips on the other side, back and forth. Still among our development partners, allow me to welcome Mr. Stephen Opio, the Chief Technical Advisor and Head of Office, the International Labour Organization, to come and possibly shed a light on what this means to our international partners. Let's welcome him. Welcome, Steve. Come on, people, show some love. It's morning.
Thank you, my good friend, Mr. Chamagero. I would want to stand on all protocols that have previously been observed, but I would want to specifically thank you, Honorable Minister, for enabling your team to drive partnerships. I think that's the most important, because now we are seeing members of the bench joining the discussion. That's a very big kudos. So I bring you greetings from the International Labour Organization, and I would want to say that we do align ourselves to this second National Labour Conference and Convention. And for the ILO, we believe that the theme that this conference has picked on is very relevant to the ever-changing environment in the world of work. Access to labor justice, promoting equity, and the future of work can never be emphasized any better. So we thank you for considering this theme, but I would also want to start by reflecting on some of the conceptual thinking that my brother Alex pointed out. He presented a table which was part of my statement, and I decided, let me start from there instead of ending with it. As we think of working to address the challenge of labor justice, it's important for us to reflect on some of the statistics that the ministry presented, because we believe labor justice can only be tackled where jobs are created and are available. So as we talk about labor justice, let's also think about the opportunity to create more meaningful and decent jobs. One of the statistics there, even if we talked about the informality, was on the number of young people who are not in school, not in education, and not in training. Where are these young people? It's about 46% of the working age population in Uganda, which is about 23 million. So as we think about labor justice, let's also think about what opportunities we can create for these young people who are not anywhere in the labor market, but need economic opportunities, and once they get them, issues of labor justice will become meaningful for them as well. So we believe that this convention is also very important for us as stakeholders to reflect on the policy and legislative environment. The previous speakers have already highlighted some of them relating to the Employment Act, and I believe over the next 2 days, we should share experiences and reflect on how to improve and make adjustments in the policy and legislative environment. And this conference should enable us to act in a more holistic manner in addressing some of the decent work deficits, which include inadequacy of market relevant skills, amongst others. In the next few days, we will all be gathered somewhere in Fort Portal to celebrate International Labour Day. But as we do this, our plea as ILO is that we enable the actors in the industrial court to be able to function and execute their mandate in the most appropriate manner. And therefore, Honorable Minister, the plea for us is that we work together in addressing some of the challenges that impede the industrial court from undertaking their rightful mandate. Out of the over 135 districts in Uganda, we have slightly over 80 or so labor officers. Now, the absence of the other labor officers in the districts is already a challenge. to access to labor justice. Because the labor officers play a very critical role in mediation and arbitration before some of these get to the industrial court. So therefore, it calls for a discourse beyond this environment, but also probably to my brother in parliament representing workers, how do we engage on the issue of the mandate between the local governments and the central government on the function of appointing labor officers? I think these are critical things, and they're a starting point for us to discuss on the issue of access to labor justice. So I call upon you to facilitate that discussion, and we remain available to support in that regard. But most importantly, I would also want to say and commit that on behalf of ILO, we have taken a considerable decision to support the labor court to function and play its role. And we have had some discussions already, and we would want to commit towards the digitalization of the access to labor justice process. We are aware that the industrial court has a number of panelists coming from workers and employers organizations who are ILO key social partners. And under your leadership, Honorable Minister, we would want to work with you and the industrial court on digitalizing the function of the industrial court. We have about 135 plus districts. We have 9 or 11 administrative units of the labor court. How do we fast track the process of digitalizing this? As a young man sitting in Nakapiripirit, or as a young man sitting in Mukono, who does not have transport to come to the industrial court, can we facilitate them to access labor justice through digitalization opportunities, which Chamagero was talking about? And that is where we should also be moving. Access to labor justice through equity and digitalization for the future of work. So lastly, Honorable Minister, I would not want to re-emphasize some of the things because most of the areas we had highlighted in our statement, the other speakers have ably mentioned. I started with the issue of partnerships. Your team is doing a good job, but we would call upon you to consider, as Uganda, to join the Global Coalition on Jobs and Social Protection. This is a global coalition that will increase the opportunity for partnerships to address the jobs challenges that we currently have. As we call upon you to do this, over the next 2 days, as you are deliberating here, we are already working with your National Planning Authority to identify opportunities in the National Development Plan 4, where we can have pro-employment planning at the mind and at the heart of the whole planning process. This, we believe, eventually reflects towards the pro-employment budgeting process. And we would call upon you, Honorable Minister, and your team to consider engaging Planning Authority to consider annual employment targets in the National Development Plan. And as you consider these targets in the National Development Plan, we all know that on average, we would need to create at least 1 million jobs for us to make meaningful change annually. If we can track them, and as we track them, we also address the issues of related access to labor justice and other decent work deficits within the employment arena. I would want to end here by saying we wish you a very fruitful deliberation over the next 2 days, and a big thank you to Annabelle, who has stood firm with the Ministry of Labor on all issues around decent work and social protection. It is not normally common that you will have partners working with you on this theme. Thank you, and I wish you the best.
Thank you, Steve. Let's appreciate Mr. Opio there. Let's appreciate him. I love the tone of development partners. It's passive aggression. You feel it coming, but it's, you know, it's nice. But I'm very grateful that we are having that. Honorable Minister, when he spoke about digitization, I'm one of those who earn from digital. And the digitization of the function of the industrial court is very crucial, especially for the youth. So according to the data of digitization in Uganda's of 2024, we have 13.30 million Ugandan users digitally. And this means we have a 27.0 penetration of our country. But of all those 13.30 million, we have 2.60 million active social media users. 2.60, it's too low for a country. But if we are to expedite this conversation to go, that means if we digitize these services, it's easy to onboard the youth. So while you're in your homes, friends and colleagues, and you see social media is buzzing, our population currently stands at 45 million Ugandans. And I'm giving these statistics as we invite the Honorable Minister of State for Labor, Employment and Industrial Relations, so that we see how best we can get more youth online and they can equally make way for their rights digitally. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Honorable Esther Anyakun to come and address us. Let's welcome her. You're welcome, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, members of Parliament, Honorable Minister, I want you to permit me to stand on the protocols that have already been recognized in this convention. But in a special way, I want to thank you for the warm welcome into the ministry and the technical teams that we have been working for the few days I've been in office. And having such a convention and the labor celebration within the 100 days I've been in office is very, very important to me. And I'm here to work together as a team, teamwork, and we shall emphatically work with all the partners, the judges, with the industrial court, and the entire team to ensure that we achieve our deliverables to serve humanity. Honorable Minister, I take an honor to thank you all for responding to this invitation to the ministry to attend our second annual convention that has started today on the 24th of April, 2024. And we thank our team, the organizing team, for the job well done towards the success of this event. In this week that precedes the commemoration of the International Labor Day on the 1st of May 2024, the ministry holds several activities with the view of bringing labor rights and standards to the limelight countrywide. A key one being the annual Labor Convention Expo that we shall be going to inspect after this. The theme of this year's convention is improving access to justice, equity, and future for work, which was selected to provide platform to the stakeholders to discuss important matters related to the access to the labor justice for grievance and dispute resulting from the employee-employer relations in Uganda, and the ripple effects of the ineffective labor justice processes on labor output. I also note that this week is we're doing the preparations to mark our 2024 International Labor Day, and the preparations are on high gear. I wish to take this opportunity to inform the audience that several activities are ongoing as part of the celebration to mark the International Labor Day. The key among the activities is the continuous media engagements, awareness, sensitization, field visits to the workforces, and this is happening right now within Fort Portal City. I welcome you all in your various capacities to the second Labor Day Convention and the Expo 2024. I welcome all the various dignitaries, panelists, and invited guests, and the audience both physically and virtually. I shouldn't also forget to make sure that we all attend the Labor Day in Fort Portal. Finally, on behalf of the government of Uganda and my own behalf, I want to thank you, all the partners, for all the collaboration with the ministry to organize this event. Key of these include Enabel, Uganda Law Society, NSSF, International Rescue Committee, not forgetting the National Organizing Committee that was chaired by our head judge, Industrial Court, for the tireless effort to the success of this event. I therefore take this privilege to invite my senior colleague, the Minister of Labor, Gender, Labor and Social Development, Honorable Minister Betty Ongom, to make her remarks and formally open the second annual Labor Convention. Please, let's have a round of applause. Thank you very much for God and my country.
Thank you very much. The Minister of State in charge of Labor and Industrial Relations. We've been joined by the two members of Parliament representing workers, Honorable Rwakajara and Honorable Margaret. Agnes, they are all here for this. Thank you very much. Excellency, the representative of the ambassador, our judge of the industrial court, our justice of employment and labor from Kenya, you're welcome. I want to, in a special way, thank the president of the Law Society and my commissioner for the work, all the work that is attributed to us as a ministry is because of the Commissioner Alex Asimwe and his hard work. So I want to thank him so much. This last year, at around this time, we had a Minister of State who was here on my behalf. Unfortunately, a day after International Labor Day, he was gunned down by his own bodyguard. It would not be fair for me to make this statement when he was here last year before honoring him. And I want to invite all of us just for 1 minute silence to remember him. This is the late Colonel retired Charles Okelingola. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you very much. I want to welcome Honorable Esther Nyakun to the ministry. The short time she has been here, she has already seen how busy she will be. I think she must have landed, I don't know whether yesterday, from Oman, where she was there for bilateral labor negotiation. And here she is. And every time there is a clash, but she's up to the task. Honorable, you're welcome. I am honored to address the stakeholders that I see in the program, distinguished people who are supposed to come and discuss this matter today. And I want to recognize that labor justice traces its root in the 18th century, where many workers in the USA and developed countries recognize the need to fight for their rights. Because at that time, people were working overtime. Condition for work was very, very bad. And so collectively, they gathered, they collectively realized that it is important to talk one language to demand for their rights. And based on that, the UN as a body, a global body, enshrined in its constitution the right to access to justice for workers without distinction, to provide for access to formal justice, dispute resolution, and mechanism to pursue remedy, including access to court. And that is why we have the industrial court, ably led by our sister who is here. And I want to thank you for the work you're doing in the industrial court. She's very passionate. I don't know how many times she has walked to my office on issues of industrial court, on issues of workers, demanding that we need to expand the court, asking for the need to increase the number of judges, pay an allowance for those members of the industrial court. So I want to thank you very much for the work that you're doing. Under the International Labour Organization, the protection of the rights of workers for collective pursuit of social justice underpins the principle that it is the state, the duty of the state, to protect labor rights through the exercise and permitting the exercise of collective action to enable freedom of association, including permitting the right to strike. I have not seen them strike, but that is an international principle, that you should allow them to strike if they want to, if their issues are not being protected. These are the rights. The articulation of the concept of access to labor justice, therefore, requires that states ensure that procedures are available to ensure effective exercise of those rights. You cannot talk about those rights when you cannot have the framework within which those rights are exercised. Under our constitution, the Ugandan constitution guarantees those rights: the right to assembly, the right to decent work, the economic rights. It is guaranteed. And in Uganda, the structure of delivering labor justice starts from the district, where the labor officers have the power to arbitrate and to mediate, to inspect and to offer remedies to workers. If that fails, there is another structure led by the Commissioner of Labor that has all the mandate to handle issues that have not been handled by the labor officers. Then we also have the Labor Arbitration Board that advises the minister. We have the Industrial Court that now deals with matters referred to them by the labor officers. Therefore, our labor law focuses on ensuring that the rights are protected, exercised, and remedies addressed. In Uganda, it is the labor justice law focuses more on the formal employment. And yet, under the statistics, majority of Ugandans are in the informal sector. So we need now to look at how do we also protect the rights of these workers in the informal sectors. Those of you who are seated here very comfortably, you have housemaids, you have shamba boys, some of you have family businesses, you have relatives you have put there. These laws do not protect them. So we need to look at how do we ensure that those in the informal sector also are addressed. It is true that globally, workers still face significant obstacles to access to justice due to weaknesses in maybe our labor justice system. For instance, There are weak administrative system and tribunals. When we talk about the labor officers in most of the district, the labor office is not well facilitated. They don't have a vehicle, not even a motorcycle, not even a bicycle sometimes. And yet, they are the ones who are supposed to sit and arbitrate with the powerful employer who has abused the rights of an employee. So we need to work to strengthen, and we are working to strengthen those administrative justice system. There is an amendment law that is before Parliament to handle issues to do with strengthening administrative justice system for workers. The issues around occupational safety and health in workplaces and handling disputes, the issues to do with accessibility to court, because the industrial court is only here in Kampala. What about all those whose rights are being abused in the 146 districts? They cannot walk if the labor officers have failed. Walking up to Kampala is not easy, but we are addressing it with the head judge, who has made proposals on how they can be ensuring that they go where the cases have accumulated, they will take the court to the people. So I want to thank her for that initiative which we are working on. We look at issues of powerful employers who sometimes would not even allow the labor officers with the mandate to inspect. They will move to inspect and they will not open the gate for them. Those are the issues that are the obstacles that we need to ensure that we strengthen, and this discussion and dialogue will delve deeper to let us know what has worked where, which country has best practices for us to ensure that we copy from. Through this convention, allow me to inform you that His Excellency the President has refocused us as government, as the Minister of Gender, to ensure that we secure the future of Ugandans through job creation and inclusive development. Because we cannot start talking about labor justice when people don't have the jobs. The number of people who do not have jobs, the youth, the young people, even the older persons, are increasing every day. So His Excellency the President has refocused government in ensuring that we attract more investors, we create more jobs in service industry, in manufacturing, in other areas, so that first we secure labor rights, that someone has a job. Secondly, to ensure that the job that someone has is a decent job. Thirdly, that the working condition is good. And therefore, I want to reaffirm the commitment of government through the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development to offer decent work for all in the context of this convention and the general government program. We are focusing on ensuring that we protect workers from unfair dismissal, ensure that we protect them so that their wages are paid, safe working condition, compensation of workers who get injured or incur diseases during the course of their work, ensuring that the workers and employers deduct Social Security and remit it. And I want to congratulate NSSF for the wonderful job they are doing to ensure that they reach out to everybody and address the issue of third-party contract, because other people had started trying to dodge Social Security and other obligation by not employing directly but using other companies to employ, and they will not be offering workers protection. I want to conclude by saying that we've made strides as government in creating an enabling environment where private sector can create more jobs. So we expect this growth to translate into more Ugandans having jobs, improvement in labor justice, and I want to assure you that in most circumstances, judiciary budget is not touched, and we are already negotiating that the industrial court budget should be among the budget that is not touched to allow them exercise their mandate. So I'm looking forward to receiving your recommendations, your suggestion from the experts during this meeting, and I want to conclude by saying access to labor justice in our context is fully anchored in our Constitution with a foundational and critical promise that the protection and benefit of our laws are within reach to everybody, to all the workers, regardless of their wealth, status, race, identity. Let us remember that justice for another and justice for many workers equals to very simple thing. Can I have a food on my plate? Can I pay school fees for my workers, for my children from the money I'm earning? Can I be able to get health from the money that I am toiling for? Can I have transport to take me from home to work and back to my place? Can I have shelter? Can I be protected by the law that if my employer fails to protect those fundamentals, can the state protect my rights? That is what we wake up every day to look up to ensure that the workers get those simple fundamentals. With that, I want to officially open your convention. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. You made it very, 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 very clear. And if I can put it in the fourth estate's language, and that I have freedom after speech. In that same vein, I don't want us to lose the tempo. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll join me as we welcome our keynote addresser today, Honorable Justice Nzioki Makau, the Honorable Justice of Employment and Labor Relations from Kenya. Our keynote speaker to speak as the guest of honor is still here with us. You're welcome, sir. Karibu.
Thank you very much. I am honored to be here to speak about an issue that has, of course, been touched on by all the speakers before me. Honorable Minister for Gender, Labor, as well as your colleague, Honorable Minister, I will ride on the protocols that have been established so as to save on time. I wish to delve into the issue of the labor dispute resolution mechanisms and how it can navigate the future of work with an East African perspective, of course, with a bias towards Kenya, since that's where I'm from. Dispute resolution is a process of settling disputes between parties. The history of dispute resolution in East Africa can be traced back to the colonial era, but in the discussion with my colleagues from here, we have discovered that prior to the arrival of colonialists in East Africa, since we had systems of governance in countries such as the Pearl of Africa, there were means and methods of dispute resolution between workers and their employers. You'll agree all of us have either been employers or employees, and this is something that is traced back to the beginning of our interactions as human beings. Labor laws, such as the Masters and Servant ordinances that were in place during the colonial era, facilitated oppressive and coercive labor relations which were aimed at exploiting African labor. Unfortunately, in most of the countries that were colonized, any disputes arising from employment and labor relations greatly favored the colonizers, since African workers had no protection of their rights and no access to the legal system. For instance, in Kenya and Uganda, the European employer faced civil action, while African employees faced criminal sanction for work-related offenses. Furthermore, the colonial courts would not settle disputes between employers and employees within the labor sector because there was no labor contract between the parties, as the forced labor systems in place were slavery by all definitions. In the case of Kenya, the activities of trade unions led to the first tripartite engagement, which is the Industrial Relations Charter. This was signed in 1962, a year before our independence, by the Kenyan government and the Federation of Kenya Employers, the Federation of Labor, which is the predecessor of Central Organization for Trade Unions, Kenya. The charter outlined responsibilities for the employer associations and unions in the matter of labor relations. And it is through that charter that the Industrial Court was established under the Trade Dispute Act. That court was subsequently replaced by the current Employment and Labor Relations Court, which is a specialized court, much in the mold of the Industrial Court of Uganda. So in this session, it is clear the relationship between the Ministry of Labor, I'll just call the ministries that are related to labor as the Ministry of Labor, the Central Organization of Free Trade Unions, the National Organization of Trade Unions, and the Federation of Uganda Employers are similar to the tripartism in Kenya, where the unions, employers, and government work in industrial harmony to ensure best practices and adherence to international labor standards. You've already heard from the ILO that there is a lot of collaboration that is available for Uganda in certain key areas to ensure employee rights are respected and upheld. So labor disputes generally arise from non-compliance with the employment contracts, the unfairness in dismissal, discrimination, and various unconscionable labor practices, among others. When these disputes arise, they erode the employer-employee relationship. They affect productivity, as you've heard, to name but a few. It is therefore imperative that speedy resolution of labor disputes ensue so as to retain the flow of work. We all agree the effective dispute resolution mechanisms allow parties in conflict to reach a fair, effective, and speedy resolution. In the case of Kenya, we underwent a constitutional moment in 2010, and under the new constitution, a legal framework governing industrial relations and a call to encourage, promote, and facilitate alternative dispute resolution mechanisms, which is grounded in Article 159 of our Constitution. The Industrial Court got a shot in the arm through the enactment of Article 162(2)(a), which established this court as a court of equal status to the High Court. The Constitution of Kenya was very progressive in that it had taken forward-looking positions which mirrored the labor laws in place. The Constitution allowed creation of two specialized courts, which is one to deal with employment and the one to deal with land and the environment. A specialized court is by design created to meet and address the needs of specific constituencies. In our case, it's employment, and it addresses unique jurisdictional issues. And this court has procedures tailored to their needs and a cadre of judges with relevant expertise. In Kenya, we are lucky, we have 21 judges. 21, not enough, but at least better than where Uganda is with only 2. I pray that Honorable Waziri, Honorable Minister, you'll take that to His Excellency the President so that you can expand the labor court, so that you can encourage the creation of various systems to allow for speedy resolution of disputes. Specialization is rapidly gaining momentum across the world, and that is attributed to the demand for access to justice for higher quality decisions by experts in respective fields. The introduction of our court has led to better decisions and has led to tangible results in efficiency through hearing procedures on the wings of well-trained staff and judges serving in the court. We have also had further reduction of case backlog by diverting cases from the general court through the reference of employment disputes to the industrial court. The general uniformity of decisions also has created jurisprudence to the extent that occasionally my brother and sister from Uganda will pick some decisions from Kenya to apply in various principles, the same way we pick from the two of them to apply to Kenya. In the East African region, courts are being encouraged to apply alternative dispute resolution mechanisms, which is often called the appropriate dispute resolution mechanism, but I heard today the Chief Justice of Uganda calls it African Dispute Resolution, ADR. That is the way to go, because ADR is supposed to be the main means of dispute resolution, as Article 33 of the UN Charter outlines various conflict management mechanisms that parties can adopt for dispute resolution purposes. It provides the parties to a dispute shall seek a solution by either inquiry, negotiation, mediation, conciliation, arbitration, and last in the list, judicial settlement, among other peaceful means of conflict resolution. Apart from promoting workplace harmony and long-term stability, effective dispute management procedures promote the right to access justice and fairness. So the starting point is that contracts of employment provide for means in which resolutions can be achieved. And then we have various conflict resolution mechanisms at the workplace. In Kenya, Section 47(2) of the Employment Act, which mirrors Sections 12 and 13 of the Employment Act of Uganda, provides that a labor officer presented with a claim shall afford every party with an opportunity to state their case and then recommend to the parties what, in his opinion or her opinion, is the best means of settling the dispute. It is all agreed that negotiation, mediation, conciliation, arbitration offer the best in terms of structured processes for resolution of disputes. So I'll go into the discussions in relation to the first avenue, which is negotiation. Negotiation is a crucial instrument in finding satisfactory solutions for disputes. Dialogue is key in ADR since the parties in the dispute initially engage in direct discussions with the goal of finding a jointly acceptable solution to accepting a mutually satisfying solution. The negotiation starts with parties talking about the grievance and complaints and then gradually follow the discussions on how they can achieve a solution. It is important that we note preparation is key, and that includes studying the situation, conceptualizing the consequences, and then setting the rules of engagement. Balance is needed when you are negotiating, and as such, when you fail to consider the interests of the other party involved, you fail. When negotiations are conducted in an atmosphere of trust and confidence, there is a higher chance for settlement. There are advantages in negotiation, which is that the labor conflict is resolved cheaply, fast, and avoids business losses because of disorganized work processes. There is minimal disruption, and that is because parties are in control of their negotiation. Negotiations can cause standoffs when parties take hardline stance. Sometimes parties are left unprotected because of the risk of information leaks or non-compliance with the agreements. The other disadvantage is that not all the universally used means of resolving disputes, though being flexible and efficient, it is not often used. And that is because there are power dynamics as well as the inability of parties to compromise, which negatively affects negotiation. The second is mediation. Mediation is gathering momentum as a form of dispute resolution. As you may be aware, in Kenya, we just concluded the second mediation summit. Mediation is taking a focal point, and it requires the participation of an impartial person who encourages the disputants to reach an agreement. The mediator helps the parties to determine and agree on the issues and establishes how they might be able to reach a mutually beneficial decision. The mediator is merely a catalytic agent and comes between the parties who are conflicting with the sole aim of helping them to reach a compromise. A mediator must be acceptable to both parties, and other than achieving a peaceful settlement, mediator should have no other interest in the dispute. It is kicked off with the initiation stage where the parties are both informed about the mission, the rules of the game, as well as the need to maintain confidentiality. And then finally, the parties are allowed to engage and then ultimately get to a position where they are at a settlement. If they disagree, that is not the end. There is an avenue through which parties can approach a court and continue with their effort to have their case resolved. In Kenya, we've had, in addition to these wonderful methods of determination, what we are calling court-annexed mediation. And court-annexed mediation is a form of appropriate dispute resolution, which is done under the supervision of the court. Through the social transformation, through access to justice, which is the agenda of the Chief Justice of Kenya, we've been able to reduce backlog because we have parties referred by the court once we screen cases and determine that this matter does not need to have a judgment delivered and that parties can compromise the matter. We refer them to adjudication by a court mediator who is paid by the court and not by the parties. We are able as judges to encourage parties to go to mediation. And once we refer a matter to mediation, the mediator has 60 days within which to come up with a finding. If parties disagree, the matter is brought back to court and then we deal with it in the ordinary course. In relation to Uganda, I don't think you've established the court-annexed mediation. It's something we would encourage the court to do because I have heard you have 146 districts which require a lot of support. And the only way you can resolve disputes at that level is through a next mediation where you have a mediator, someone from the ministry, dealing with the parties at the ground on the district level and having a resolution of a dispute so that it doesn't have to escalate to the court. The judge, in our case, is the one who appoints a mediator. We normally don't name them. We just simply say, this matter is referred to mediation. The registrar will be able to check on the list of mediators who are available and forward the file. We set deadlines. We say within the following 30 days, there should be a preliminary report. And within 60 days, there must be a final report. And then we wait for the feedback to come. Once that is done, we're able to resolve disputes. The only disadvantage we see is where parties question the selection of the mediator. Since we appoint the mediator by directing the parties to a court-appointed mediator, parties may think that it is the court making the determination, since they think we may have an issue of conflict as being the appointing authority. But so far it's been working, and therefore we would encourage that, which will reduce backlog, reduce litigation costs, and accelerate the disposition of cases in the court. The next is conciliation, which is pivotal in settling conflict to return to equilibrium. In Kenya, the conciliation is through the ministry, and a conciliator is normally appointed by the Minister for Labor upon a reporting of a trade dispute. Ordinarily, the dispute will have to be determined by the conciliator within 90 days, that's 3 months. And if no resolution is achieved in the conciliation period, the matter is referred to court. When there is partial agreement, the conciliator will refer to the balance of the issues unresolved to the court, and we will determine the balance of the issue that remains. The final one is arbitration. And arbitration is a mechanism where parties are referred to a third-party arbitrator who is impartial to both parties and who provides a binding decision after listening to the parties' arguments and evidence. In arbitration, the disputing parties are not involved in negotiation and mediation. Decision-making is transferred to the arbitrator, who is sort of a private judge, and therefore the parties are the ones who will pick the arbitrator, maybe through the Arbitration Institute. I know we have a Chartered Institute of Arbitrators in Uganda. The chapter would nominate an arbitrator who will hear the matter, who will examine the evidence, and might be someone who is specialized in an area of practice such as construction. It could be an accountant, and then finally an agreement is reached and it is brought to court for adoption. The disadvantages of arbitration is that there might be substantial amount that is to be spent on the arbitrators, as well as needing to engage advocates due to the complexities in the matters of arbitration. Sometimes arbitration may be less transparent than litigation. At times, when you consider the arbitration award, parties are at a disadvantage. In the final stage, I will look at the critical role of the judicial systems in labor disputes. As you're aware, the courts adjudicate on labor disputes, and the industrial courts have unique jurisdiction to address issues relating to employment and labor relations, such as protecting the rights of employees. And you've had the Honorable Minister speak of ensuring the harmony is maintained. Once the matter comes to court, sometimes it is difficult to maintain the harmony, since our decisions are either one party will win and the other one will lose, or there might be a bit of a loss on one side and a bit of a loss on the other. But they are not as good as the other methods where parties are in control. Once the courts make a determination, our essence is to bring a determination on unfair termination, to ensure there is more favorable treatment of workers. And even though I'm speaking on my behalf in the court in Kenya, as well as my brother and sister here, we have delivered fair and accurate outcomes in labor situations by applying the principles of fairness and justice, as well as the inherent constitutional safeguards which underpin labor disputes. As you heard from the minister, the Constitution makes various protections available to workers who are the key wheel in the economy and the future of this beloved nation of Uganda. Once parties are concluded Once we conclude cases in our courts, parties have a right to appeal, and subsequently the appellate court may be able to give a determination different from that of the trial court. The good thing is that in Kenya, we have now an opportunity to have judges of the employment court ascending to the Court of Appeal. The interview list for Court of Appeal judges came out yesterday. I'm one of the judges from my court who is on the list. There are 6 of us. We are all angling for about 20 positions, and we hope that some judges from our court ascend to the Court of Appeal. In Uganda, I would pray that you skip the process of waiting for 20 years, 10 years, 15 years, and immediately start considering having judges who have experience in labor matters ascending to the Court of Appeal. There is the emerging trend which has brought some challenges, which is the impact of technology and the gig economy. In the East African region, technology has made a remarkable difference in how people get jobs. And I'm happy we have people who are tech savvy right here. And the rise of platform work has its challenges. Work arrangements in this sphere are typically short-term or limited in duration, sometimes in a freelance or temporary job, which is made through online platforms. The concept of traditional employment has been irretrievably altered, and this ongoing development presents economies in the region with a mixed bag of benefits and drawbacks. Digital platforms offer diverse ways of earning through services like cab or ride-hailing services, people running their own business within sectors such as information technology, marketing, and content creation. This new way of work, including remote work arrangements, have liberated people from the constraints of typical job structures. This allows access to income generation options with great flexibility, regardless of location. While job independence is one benefit of developing in this sector, it mostly comes with little or no security. There are no social safety nets. As you've seen, we have NSSF here. NSSF deals mainly with the structured employment where contributions are made for retirement purposes. In the case of the gig economy, there is no formal structure of employment, and therefore there is no social safety net. There are no provisions made to access other services or advantages such as health insurance and pension. In the globalization that we all have experienced as a result of what happened a few years ago with COVID, we are more globalized and intertwined. There are cross-border work relationships, and as a result, multinational corporations, foreign investors, international institutions are operating between boundaries, which results sometimes in foreign nationals, expatriates, and migrant workers seeking jobs within the various labor markets. For example, such portfolios promote economic development and knowledge transfer. You'll all agree that if I get someone from Uganda coming to Kenya with a specialized knowledge in, say, production, our country and the industries there will benefit immensely because of the knowledge transfer that will take place. However, there are also challenges because we have to deal with work permits. There are sometimes regulations in immigration, cultural gaps, and legal jurisdiction. In the morning, I was talking to Judge Wabwire, and he mentioned to me a case where an employee came to work in Uganda for a multinational corporation, which is both in Kenya and Uganda. But after he served in that company, he joined another company, but did not apply for a work permit. Neither did his employer facilitate the application. So when his rights were, in his view, infringed, he went to the industrial court. How do you navigate where a party has refused to follow the laws in your country and has not protected themselves by seeking registration, and then they suffer a loss? So those areas for navigation are some of the things we have to deal with. And in that particular case, had that employee been registered or initiated the registration process, they probably would have been able to benefit from the protections here in Uganda. But having not complied with local law, it was one case where they would not benefit. In the same way, we have cases in Kenya where we've had work from various platforms such as Facebook, which are operated by employers who are not in Kenya, but the employees are in Kenya. And when there's conflict, we've had to navigate that space where we deal with international corporations which have no offices in Kenya but have employees. All these complex legal issues require a lot of investigation, a lot of research, so as to be able to come to the right position. The inclusion of cultural diversity, language and communication barriers need to be addressed in order to have an all-embracing workplace relationship. Finally, I'll deal with the issue of the online dispute resolution, which is a new and emerging dispute resolution option. ODR is supported by the internet and technology-empowered processes such as AI, and is accessible through digital channels and assists parties in dispute resolution. It surpasses limitations like physical distance and logistics. For ODR platforms, virtual spaces are set up online where parties can undertake negotiations and other procedures such as video conferencing, communication between the parties, and the exchange of documents electronically. There are invariably electronic case management systems, and I'm happy to hear that the Uganda Industrial Court will receive support to digitize, because that will help in a quicker flow of work. I thank the Minister for making that option available, and I thank you for the support to the Industrial Court. Of note is always the data security and privacy issues. But I believe with proper safeguards and firewalls that can be done. So there are recommendations for employers to ensure that in the future or in the way of work that is current, it's important to have proper agreements in place, seek legal advice. The Uganda Law Society members are always available to help employers draft good contracts to ensure that you keep to the right side of the law. Ensure you have in those contracts safeguards for employee wellness, as well as alternatives for dispute resolution mechanisms, which include the African dispute resolution. In the case for employers, you need to also, for employees, they need to know their rights and their duties. You've heard it said here that there are certain rights that are inherent to an employee, but there must be an understanding of that right. And where employees have a challenge, they should seek legal counsel, because there's an increasing body of advocates who are skilled in employment matters. I met an advocate here this morning who is very, very keen in employment matters, and therefore with that growing list of advocates who are skilled in employment matters, employees can obtain legal counsel and must be encouraged to seek legal advice where there is conflict, so as to mitigate their losses and ensure that they are effective in resolving the labor disputes. Legal counsel enable individuals to fulfill their roles in protecting their interests and enforcing legal obligations, such as employee contracts. In conclusion, the successful resolution of labor issues in East Africa is of enormous importance, because if Uganda succeeds, Kenya succeeds. If Kenya succeeds, Tanzania succeeds. If Tanzania succeeds, Rwanda succeeds, and all the other countries in the East African Economic Region. As a result of speedy resolution, we are able to enable the region maintain an amiable and productive workforce. The balance between the rights of the employees and the employers can be achieved where the labor market and the investors have confidence an economy that is free of strife, will have greater productivity, which increases tax revenues, which the government needs to run its operations as a result of increased production. So if we take what has been said by the minister, that His Excellency the President has a focus on ensuring there is a future for Ugandans to have employment so that there is more productivity, so that businesses can invest, then you can see Uganda will grow and will have a future where the economy will continue to have an increase since there will be growth in that sector. Countries in the region are experiencing a transition which was brought about by the globalization and the residual effects of COVID-19, which increased remote working arrangements. The employment space is morphing and causing employment relationships that traverse national boundaries to continue. We therefore need to adapt to the new challenges so as to be able to have resolution of the various labor disputes. Thank you, and may God bless the Republic of Uganda, and may God bless the Republic of Kenya and the East African community, which we all are members to. Asanteni.
Thank you so much, Honorable Justice, for that very remark. I saw my dear minister taking notes of this at every layer, especially when you hinted about more judges. Our number versing the one of Kenya, she nodded and she tapped Honorable Esther, and I was like, this is home. Friends, just many of you who are online and those who possibly don't know who Justice Nzioki is, he's an alumni of Lewis and the Clark Law School, Oregon in the US. And he holds an LLM in animal law justice, and still he has served as the judge of the Employment and Labor Relations Court of Kenya. His legal career includes the significant roles such as an attorney and investigator at the Kenyan Anti-Corruption Commission and its successor, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. He was also a prosecutor in the now defunct Kenya Anti-Corruption Authority and the precursor to the ACC and the ESCC. He's recognized for his lifetime commitment to conservation, which is reflected in his educational pursuits and professional contributions. Above all, he's East Africans and he roots for the region. Let's give that a round of applause. Before you leave, Honorable Minister, I understand you have very competing priorities right now. I'm going to request that we have a group photo before you leave. I will request that you will come forward. Same to the Minister, State Minister, Honorable Esther Anyakun, as well as the members of Parliament representing the workers to join us. I will request the Chief Keynote Addresser today to equally join, and the judges of the Industrial Court to join us here. I will equally request the Commissioner, Alex, to please come and join this. I will request our development partners present to equally come and join this photo moment before the Honorable Minister leaves. I'm sure that each one of us has equally received a lunch coupon. After this, we are headed for the exhibition where the Minister will lead us. The ministers will lead us for that, and we shall remain in the exhibition area getting a lot more explanation by our key partners here who are exhibiting. And thereafter, we shall have lunch, and after lunch, we shall then return for the sessions in the afternoon. Please, I want to beseech you that please you stay for the afternoon session, which is going to be very crucial. Uganda Law Society. Let's smile for them so that they get the effect, please. Smiling, not clapping. Let's smile for them that they get the effect. Thank you so much. Now, Honorable Minister, you lead us together with the team to the exhibition area where we're going to have the exhibition. Please note that MPs, ministers, and the judges, your lunch will be at Amber Restaurant. It won't be where all of us will be having our lunch. For now, ladies and gentlemen, let's join the minister to the exhibition area that is downstairs. Thank you. user, and each one of you on the panel will have limited time. But for now, we're going to have a conversation about access to labor justice. Friends, we're going to listen in keenly to a presentation dubbed A Decade of Industrial Court of Uganda. And this is going to be presented by Lady Justice Linda Lilian Tumusime, the head of the Industrial Court of Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the Lady Justice. Let's give her a round of applause as she makes it here.
Thank you very much, Mr. MC, Mr. Chamagero. It was good to see you in person. I always see you on TV. The Honorable Minister hasn't arrived, but in the interest of time, in absentia, I would like to request for permission to ride on the protocol that was well laid down this morning. I will start my conversation with you today with a story, a short story. A story about Grace. Grace was a lecturer in a university where she served for 10 years, for about 10 years. She was a widow with 2 children. She happened to fall in love with one of her colleagues at the university and got pregnant. And her pregnancy was a source of chaos for her because it was prohibited for an unmarried woman to get pregnant in that particular university. It was one of the fundamental principles of ethics and integrity. So Grace hid her pregnancy for a time, and as you know, pregnancies don't take too long to make their presence felt and seen. And so, just about a week after Grace had given birth to a pair of twins, she was dismissed by this university. Grace spent about half a year trying to negotiate for her reinstatement, trying with her employers, trying to make them appreciate that as a widow, she had a right to love again, to get children after that. Although she had failed that little step of being married before having these children, and even explaining to them that her boyfriend had promised to marry her, although she had to wait to deliver the children. And that was in vain. 6 months after she was dismissed, she was evicted out of the university house. Now she had no choice but to lodge her complaint before the labor officer, who spent another 1 year and above, more than a year, trying to conciliate the parties in vain. As a result, he referred the matter to the industrial court in 2015. Grace came to the industrial court around 2015, and she did not have legal representation. Our analysis of her case required her to have a lawyer whom she could not afford. Remember, she has no home. She has 4 children, including a pair of twins. And by the way, she had these twins by cesarean section. So by the time she was dismissed, she was still nursing her wounds and also dealing with very vulnerable pair of twins. Now, we referred her for legal. So failed to make it because the children would be either sick or something would happen, or she would not have enough transport to come to court. And on the other hand, the university continued its business as usual. It had a very well-paid lawyer who chose to come to court as and when he thought it was relevant or prudent, and he had excuses about being in another court. He was a very busy lawyer. So As a result, we were only able to hand down judgment for grace. Before I go to what we hand out, her claim and her prayers were: 1, she wanted to be reinstated. 2, she wanted us to declare that the action that the employer had taken against her was discriminatory. She wanted damages for unlawful termination. She wanted aggravated damages for the manner in which she was treated, in which her maternity rights were violated. So she spent 3.5 years in the industrial court. We only handed her judgment, which was a total of almost 5 years after she was dismissed from her job. Do you think that by that time, the remedy of reinstatement was still available to Grace? This is the story of the industrial court. The purpose of the industrial court is to adjudicate labor disputes such as the one of Grace without undue delay, to create a balance between the employer and employee. As you saw, Grace was powerless against a university that had all that muscle against her. She was a person that could not afford even legal representation. The court draws its inspiration from the ILO mission, bringing decent work and livelihoods, job-related security, and better living standards to the people of both poor and rich countries. And the judiciary's vision, which we also aspire to, is justice for all. The court's mission is to administer labor justice for all in a timely and effective manner. And the court's vision is labor justice for all. The objectives of the court are to provide a platform for people to equitably, like in the case of Grace, express their labor grievances so as to achieve equal opportunity in employment in Uganda, to facilitate decent, productive work and better living standards to the people through timely adjudication of labor disputes within the whole of Uganda, to ensure industrial peace and justice in Uganda, the Uganda economy, through timely adjudication of labor disputes, and 4, to contribute towards a conducive industrial climate and investment through timely adjudication of labor disputes. The Labor Disputes Arbitration and Settlement Act is a law that establishes the industrial court, and it was amended by the Labor Disputes Arbitration and Settlement Amendment Act 2021. This Amendment Act was assented to by His Excellency the President on the 10th of March 2021. The amendment increased the number of judges from 2 to 5, refined the court's operations, clarified the appointment of the court registrars, and further affirmed the mandate of the court as follows. 1, to arbitrate on labor disputes referred to it under the Act. 2, to adjudicate upon the questions of law and fact arising from references to the industrial court by any other law. And 3, to dispose of labor disputes referred to it without undue delay. Our court is a court of reference. It comprises a head judge, an independent member, a representative of employers, and a representative of employees. I beg your pardon, it comprises a head judge, a judge, and an independent members, representatives of employers, and representatives of employees. A judge or the head judge presides over the hearings. The day-to-day administration and staff supervision is provided by the registrar. At this juncture, allow me to introduce to you the only other judge, Honorable Justice Anthony Wawire Musan, whom I'm honored to work with as the only judge serving over 20 million working Ugandans. And the Honorable Registrar, Honorable Sylvia Nabaga, we refer to our registrar as an honorable, unlike other registrars. Honorable Sylvia Nabagala is the only registrar of the Industrial Court at the moment. The day-to-day administration and staff supervision is provided by a registrar, a deputy registrar who is yet to be appointed, an assistant registrar who is also not yet appointed, who are responsible for cause listing and fixing court hearings. Ministry of Public Service approved and expanded the structure of the Industrial Court in February 2023, and we await the filling of that structure. The Industrial Court is a court of equity, and a fully constituted court that is hearing a matter comprises of a judge sitting with an independent member, a representative of the employers, and a representative of the workers. That is the tripartite nature of labor dispute management and resolution. The court now has a total of 15 panelists appointed in equal proportions by the tripartite, the independent party, government with its representatives nominated by the parent Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, employers who are represented by the Federation of Uganda Employers, FUE, and the workers nominated by the Federation of Labor Unions, that is NOTU and COFTU. I would like to request all the panelists to stand up for recognition. Honorable Minister, those are the panelists of the Industrial Court. The panelists work in sets of 3 members, and the court has 5 sets of panelists. So we so far have 3 panelists that do not have judges to preside over court with them. The court's jurisdiction is labor disputes referred to it by a party to a dispute where a labor officer has failed to dispose of the dispute within 8 weeks, as requested under the Act, or disputes referred by a labor officer at the request of a party or on the officer's own volition, when he or she is unable to resolve the dispute, or by the responsible minister on notice of an intended withdrawal of labor within 5 days, or under any other law. So we have references from the labor officers, but we also have references of matters that were previously before the High Court, that actually were the cases that we started with when the court was revamped in 2014. The court, therefore, does not have original jurisdiction. The Employment Act 2006 gives original jurisdiction to labor officers who act as the courts of first instance. Now we call them forums of first instance. All labor complaints filed before labor officers only come to the Industrial Court as referrals or on appeal under the Employment Act. Prior to the Labor Dispute Arbitration and Settlement Amendment Act 2021, the Industrial Court's concurrent jurisdiction with the High Court was often questioned, and it was only settled through decisions of the court, and that is Asa Freehind and Tenji, and another is myself, who went to the Constitutional Court to get pronouncement on the status of the Industrial Court, which, and the Constitutional Court resolved that the Industrial Court had concurrent jurisdiction with the High Court. And to Mushabe Constitutional Appeal number 3 of 2005, which also talked about the concurrency of some subordinate courts to the High Court. The court has power to circuit as frequently as circumstances may make it necessary, and it has the same powers, as I already said, as the High Court, and in particular, the power to summon witnesses and administer oaths and affirmations, to order the discovery, inspection, or production of documents, to require any person who appears to have special knowledge of any relevant matter, to furnish in writing to confirm on oath or affirmation that expert opinion or evidence, and to make orders as to costs and other reliefs, including an order for reinstatement of an employee. The court operates on a session-based model on which labor matters are cause listed for hearing. In other words, we don't cause list cases on a day-to-day basis. We collect a number of cases pre-session and put them in the system. The court is established under the Ministry of Labor, Gender and Social Development. The Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, working with the Minister of State for Labor, and we congratulate you, Honorable Anyapun. You have come at the right time. And the Permanent Secretary to provide the Minister of Labor, together with the Minister of Gender, provide policy guidance to the Industrial Court. The Director Labor and Industrial Relations, together with the Commissioner Labor, provides operational guidance and oversight. The Judicial Service Commission and the judiciary recruit and manage performance of the judicial officers within the court, respectively. Like I said, the Public Service Commission of the Ministry of Public Service is responsible for recruiting the administrative staff that run the court, and it provides guidance to the non-judicial staff in the industrial court. What is this industrial court and where did we come from? There have been stories about the need for us to be part of the courts of judicature. The first industrial court was established in pre-independence time as an institutional anchor of industrial relations systems. This started way back in 1921 with the Bataka movement. That is the uprisings in 1921, where clan heads, landlords demanded equal rights of liberty to the use of their land and rights to participate equally in the political and social state standing of their country. The mandate of the industrial court was industrial arbitration and dispute resolution. The goals of the court were to provide affordable, speedy, easily accessible justice within the scope of industrial relation matters. The court then was constituted of a chief judge, supported by lay members. At the time, collective bargaining played an important role in establishing rights and rules through which people were incorporated into the labor market. The first visible industrial action from a labor union was the Uganda African Motors Drivers Association, which was one of the pioneer African trade unions in 1939 that agitated for better rights of employment against the colonial government then. So collective bargaining also largely shaped the work and employment relationships, expectations and obligations of employees, employers, and the community. This was in the context of emerging industrialization and regionalization under the East African community. Even after attaining independence and the introduction of tripartitism, the court retained its character of informality. In 1998, the Ministry of Labor and Gender, the parent ministry of the Industrial Court, merged with Community Development to form one Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. The former Ministry of Labor is now a Directorate of Industrial Relations, and the Industrial Court is a department thereunder. The Industrial Court has had its highs and lows in its operations, and one of them is the widely shared view that the court, the widely shared view is that the court has suffered for some time from a range of shortcomings. For instance, between 1990 and 1993, the court was not fully constituted, and thus it could not operate. This happened again in 1999 to 2001. It was until 2006 that the legislation revitalized the court by enacting Section 7 of the Labor Dispute Arbitration and Settlement Act, which re-established the court, though it only became operational in 2014 with the appointment of 2 judges and 15 members of the panel, as I already discussed earlier. Is the court meeting its purpose? The case categories handled under the court are mainly labor dispute claims. These are employment matters that are transferred from the High Court circuits to the Industrial Court. Labor dispute references, I beg your pardon. These are references from the labor officers. Labor dispute appeals, these are appeals filed against decisions of the labor officers. Miscellaneous applications, these are interlocutory applications filed arising from any matter before the court or under execution proceedings. We also carry out mediation, like the Kenyan courts, and these are filed upon request of the parties as may be directed by the court. But what I have learned today is that the judges should take a leap to compel parties. Although we have been doing it diplomatically, we may need to use compulsive mediation. A large proportion of cases are filed by individual rights claimants. So we are no longer in the dispensation where all matters come through industrial action. A big proportion of our cases now filed before us are filed by individual claimants. These relate to unlawful termination, dismissal and attendant demands for terminal benefits, pensions, failure to pay remuneration due to employees, and sexual harassment. The second category is cases that deal with the freedom of association and the right to bargain principle, as outlined in the ILO conventions. Uganda's 1995 constitution, and relevant national legislation. However, questions of child labor, forced labor, discrimination in employment have not yet appeared in our court, and we don't know why. The court has noted and recorded matters filed by unions. For instance, the Uganda Building, Construction, Civil Engineering, Cement and Allied Workers Union lodged 12 out of the 42 complaints by the unions in the industrial court, followed by the Communication Employees, Electricity and Allied Workers, and the National Teachers Unions. The three unions most complained against are the Uganda National Teachers Union, the National Union of Plantation and Agriculture Workers of Uganda, and the Uganda Nurses and Midwives Unions. Those are unions which employees have complained about. What is the role of the court in facilitating access to labor justice? L.E. Modesite Jr. stated that never mistake law for justice. Justice is an ideal. It's a fundamental right, and law is only a tool to achieve justice. Access to justice refers to the human right to understand and utilize the legal system to advocate for oneself and one's interest. When a legal system fails to protect fundamental freedoms, marginalized populations are most vulnerable to injustice and face far more barriers in exercising their rights. As stated by the United States Institute of Peace, and I quote, "There is no access to justice where citizens, especially marginalized groups, fear the system, see it as alien, do not access it, where the justice system is financially inaccessible, where individuals have no lawyers, where they do not have information or knowledge of rights, where there is a weak justice system. Access to justice involves normative legal protection, legal awareness, legal aid, and counsel, adjudication, enforcement, and civil society oversight. The industrial court has to a great extent tried to play this role. We are the most people-centered court. All matters filed before the industrial court are done without any filing fees. So whether you have money or not, you can file your matter before the industrial court. If you do not have legal counsel, you can be represented by anybody who has the courage to present your case, whether they are lawyers or not. Therefore, agents, we have very many matters being handled by agents who have never stepped in law school. Legal aid, we have a number of partners who have been giving support in form of legal aid. And I would like at this moment to applaud the Platform for Labor Action that has played very key role in supporting the indigent litigants before the industrial court. In the dispensation of justice, as industrial court judges, we are supposed to ensure that justice shall be done to all irrespective of their social and economic status. And to that, we have actually moved our court to reach as many Ugandans as possible, even where the court is, given that the court is situated in Kampala. Justice should not be delayed, adequate compensation shall be awarded to victims, and reconciliation between parties shall be promoted. I have in the paper, which you will be given, shown the case performance of the court. The highest number of cases was registered in 2019. The slowdown of work during the 2 years of COVID-19 and the subsequent reduction in cases registered was marked by a decrease from 770 cases in 2019 to 504 cases in 2020. In spite of the lockdown, we still had 550 cases registered. Thereafter, with the opening of the economy, workplaces cases have been on the increase. The year 2019 was notorious for a sharp shift in the relationship between employers and employees, owing to the government restrictions issued to prevent the spread of COVID-19. The two national lockdowns were characterized by massive collective terminations, unpaid salaries, salary reductions, among others. And the effects of the pandemic went on to introduce new dynamics in the nature of the employer-employee relationship, such as working from home. Since our inception, we have registered over 5,000 cases. We have resolved over 2,641. We have a pending number of cases, 2,115, and therefore each judge has over 1,000 cases to handle as a caseload. The court is cognizant that it is singly located, it is located only in Kampala. Therefore, for it to be accessible, and it has the potential to be inaccessible, both financially and physically. Like you were told this morning, we serve 135 districts. The court is situated in Kampala. It is run by 2 judges, serving the 135 districts. It is therefore inaccessible to most, both financially and physically. Now, to ensure and to promote access to labor justice, these are some of the things, the innovations that the court has done to try and improve access. Using its mandate under the Labor Dispute Arbitration and Settlement Act, the court has set up 9 sub-registries at different high court circuits, that is in partnership with the judiciary, which gave us space. And these circuits receive and register cases that the court handles in circuit sessions. These include in Northern Region, Lira and Gulu, Eastern Region, Soroti, Mbali and Jinja, Western Region, Fort Portal and Barara, Central Region, Masaka and Mubende, and we are still going to pilot other regions. Honorable Minister this morning said we should have one in Moroto. With your support, Honorable Minister, we shall. Prior to the sessions in these sub-regions, the registrar makes radio presentations to sensitize the stakeholders and litigants on the session dates and case requirements. Banners are displayed at the court premises, and a team of staff from the industrial court takes charge of the session. At the opening of each session within the regions, the trial judge also conducts a stakeholder meeting at which best practices are agreed upon in order to have successful sessions. And I must report that the court has been doing well up country. The importance of labor offices established under the Employment Act 2006 cannot be understated. These act as courts of first instance, although in a recent decision of the Court of Appeal, we now refer to them as forums of first instance. which provide another channel to access labor justice. All labor disputes not disposed of by the labor officer within 8 weeks are referred to the industrial court. We believe that if we strengthen the labor offices, there will be fewer cases coming to the industrial court. The use of alternative dispute resolution, which is now African dispute resolution, such as mediation, goes a long way in reducing the cost and time of dispute resolution and reinforcing the principle of promoting reconciliation among the parties. The employer-employee relationship is like a boomerang, and the players often reunite under different circumstances. So it is imperative that reconciliation is attained, and we are promoting and emphasizing this. The court, as already stated, has adopted a session-based or pre-session model to dispensation of justice. And under this model, all cases whose pleadings are complete are listed for pre-session hearing, allocated to one of the judges to handle. Through pre-session hearing, a case file is built and arranged, ready for trial. It must contain pre-trial documents such as the joint scheduling memorandums, the evidence, that's the pleading, the trial bundles, and witness statements. Capacity building for judicial officers has been undertaken. We had an opportunity to be sent to Turin for training. We have had various trainings that are organized within the court itself. Panelists and other staff of the court have also been trained and given some relevant skills to enable them perform their respective roles. To ensure a proper and accurate maintenance of records, the industrial court implemented a case verification census, case cataloging case exercise, and established an organized system for tracking and locating each case that is filed before it. It has also introduced a case boxing system involved, which assigns specific boxes to different case files for efficient tracking. The court has also migrated from a manual case system to a digital one, and it has developed an electronic case management system referred to as the Industrial Court Case Management Information System, ICMIS. And this, we are very excited about the support we are expecting from the International Labour Organization, which is going to beef up this system. And we believe that in the future, our litigants will be able to file their cases online. The court is in the process of compiling a case digest to assist members and users of the court to access its decisions and the decisions of the Court of Appeal arising from its decisions. Availability of the platform for labor for action, Uganda Law Society, COF2 Legal Desk, the Justice Centers, and other legal aid actors who offer pro bono services to the indigent users of the court has also been invaluable. The court remains alive to the norms and aspirations of our people in the dispensation of justice and is working to always evolve across the journey of access to labor justice. It is aware that fair, and just, and timely dispensation of labor justice is a fundamental factor for economic growth and empowerment. It therefore acts with the necessary legal caution required for its work. Before I conclude, these are some of the challenges, and I will also look at how the court is preparing itself to deal with the future of work. Of course, the biggest challenge is the non-implementation of the Labor Disputes Arbitration and Settlement Act, which was assented to by the President, and which provided that the court will comprise of 5 judges. To date, we are still 2 judges. The 3 judges have not yet been recruited. We believe that when implemented, the court can be guaranteed of the requisite human resources to execute its duties. For example, the court, like I said, has only 2 judges as opposed to 5. And each judge, as I said this morning, has over 1,000 cases as a caseload. The court shares premises with the National Council for Youth, Women and Children in Ntinda, which limits the expansion and accommodations of its staff, and even has no space for the judges that would soon be recruited. Only one court is digitalized. We are excited that the ILO is going to digitalize the second hall, which still remains manual, using handwriting, which is so cumbersome given the workload involved. The court lacks a development budget, hence it is difficult to make provisions for capital purchases like motor vehicles. The vehicles used by the judges, for instance, to date were procured way back in 2015 and are due for disposal, but procurement of new vehicles is still a challenge. The court therefore recommends that additional funding is given to it so that all the required structures are in place, including in the provision of adequate court premises, remuneration and emoluments of judicial officers, judges and registrars, that is the 3 judges and the 2 registrars should be recruited. Remuneration of the panelists should be considered, should be increased. Salary for the approved staff structure should be provided so that those that are already in place are regularized and the vacant positions are filled. Digitalization of at least 4 court halls should be done. Furnishing of chambers of judicial officers, purchase of motor vehicles for judicial officers. In order to overcome the challenges of the sub-registries, the court needs to recruit its own staff, because at the moment we borrow staff from the courts of judicature. The Ministry of Public Service has adjusted our structure to include the 9 clerks who can man these 9 sub-registries. Provide permanent space for these sub-registries in those various districts. We need to be networked and digitalized into the main case management system in Kampala. That is, the 9 sub-registries should be connected to our ICMIS. We need additional funding to maintain and open up more sub-registries in the other districts where high court circuits are. What is the roadmap ahead? The industrial court remains cognizant of the dynamic shifts occurring within the global labor landscape, particularly amidst the pervasive influence of the fourth industrial revolution, the disruptive surge of AI advancements. Acknowledging the transformative impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the conception of work, it's evident that ensuing years will witness the emergence of novel opportunities for the establishment of legal precedents. Historically, the law has encountered challenges in keeping pace with technological advancements, as the rapid evolution of technology often outstrips the development of regulatory frameworks necessary for ensuring justiciability across various sectors. New trends such as remote work, gig work, which his lordship talked to us about this morning, inclusion of vulnerable groups, including refugees and asylum seekers, who have been allowed to work instead of depending on aid, and that of the disabled. We observed some landmark cases that have been adjudicated around the world and took note of a few trends. On the topic of gig work and digital labor platforms, the curious case of Uber Technologies Inc. versus Aslam, Uber versus Aslam and others, UKSC 2019 of 0/0029, adjudicated in the UK, poses persuasive arguments on how the same might be addressed under this jurisdiction. The Supreme Court recognized drivers on a digital labor platform to be employees, and as such, falling within the precepts of employment rights. It has challenged existing thought on what employment is and is worth sought. Perhaps the decision of the Supreme Court in California in 2018, that is Dynamics Operations versus Superior Court, California, United States, might be persuasive in redefining the current scope of what makes an employee. Here, the court suggested a new legal standard, the ABC test, for determining worker classification. This decision challenged the ubiquitous rule of determining how an employee differentiates from a contractor and suggested a new way of thinking about this common question. In the realm of remote work, where we have to work at home, work without knowing who your employer is, we have also been intrigued by the landmark decisions elsewhere. For example, the European Court of Justice ruled in 2020 that time spent by mobile workers, such as technicians and salespersons, traveling from home to their first customer and from their last customer back home constitutes working time. We have, I think, Javas on wheels. Probably those are some of the things that we need to consider when we are looking at Javas on wheels or Novo, I think those transporting companies. This court continues to observe such new bold positions as it is increasingly cognizant that addressing such issues in the Ugandan jurisdiction is more of a matter of when and not if, because AI is coming home soon. The industrial court is therefore positioning itself to serve the workforce of the future through digitalizing, allowing for online filing, hearing, issuance of judgments online, partnerships with other industrial labor courts under the East African community to ease learning and sharing of experiences. And this you have seen with our keynote speakers' presence here today. Global professional associations, including involvement in the Global Commonwealth Association of Labor Court Judges. Uganda is actually spearheading the formation of the Commonwealth Labor Judges Association. And in September, the Industrial Court together with the Kenyan Court are going to be talking about how to establish the first East African Labor Judges Association. Court user engagements. The court holds quarterly court users committee meetings to raise awareness about the court, share best practices. The members cut across all stakeholders in the labor dispensation institutions, including all of you in this audience today. We are partnering with the Uganda Law Society, the Human Rights Professional Associations, among others, and look forward to creating even deeper partnerships with developing partners. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, as we look at the journey ahead, let us not forget that many achievements of the past decade, we have documented our challenges, we have mistakes that we have made and iniquities, which we shall reference to do better in administering labor justice for all in a timely and effective manner. Thank you very much for listening to me, for God and my country.
Wow, give her another round of applause. Aye. Honorable ministers present, this court has cars that were procured in 2015. Who among us is driving a car bought in 2015? But our courts that preside over these cases, their cars were bought in 2015. I felt ashamed. And as a country, we are strongly driving towards Kenya and Rwanda, and I'm sure we need to lobby more. While we need more human capacity, but resources to take these services to the very last mile are needed. It's very urgent. Allow me at this juncture to welcome those who have just joined us. As we're here, we're joined by Dr. Juliet Naku, the ED of Butabika National Referral Mental Hospital. Thank you so much for coming and joining us. But before she comes to speak to us, let's think about the future. What do you think the future looks like? Anyone? The future is scary. Okay, that was one. Any other answer? It is? I didn't get that. Exciting. So, I speak a lot on such occasions, and one time I was introducing one of the most remarkable world leaders. He had a PhD and all that. And he said, when you're introducing me, just speak my name. And I told him why. He said, because in the future there are no titles. And when he came to speak, he said he got his PhD 7 years ago. That knowledge doesn't count today, according to him. The degrees he had, he said they don't count today. And the future is no titles, because titles are a little bit of a prison, thinking-wise. And while the future is exciting, the future needs preparation. We want to look at what the future looks like for men like me who earn online. Can I lodge in a case when I'm in Zombo district and someone who has cheated me is in Zombo, and the case gets online, and Judge Wawire is in position to call for session, and I can log in wherever I am? That's what the future looks like on my end. So, Honorable Minister of Youth, Employment, and I will add on opportunities, that's what the future looks like for me. Ladies and gentlemen, to tap into the future, allow me welcome Mr. Charles Mudiwa, the Managing Director of DFCU Bank, to tell us what the future looks like of work in Uganda. You're welcome, Mr. Mudiwa. Let's welcome him, comrades.
Good afternoon. The Honorable Minister of State for Labor, Honorable Betty Davinia, the Honorable Minister of State for Youth and Children, Honorable Balam, Honorable Justice Nzioka, Nzioki, my apologies, Honorable MPs, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I want to start with a question. Who knows what a situationship is? Anyone? What's a situationship?
I would guess that you're in a situation which is not exactly a relationship. So that's why it's called situationship.
Anyone else? How many have heard this word before? How many? How many? How many have heard this word before? Situationship. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. How many people are in this room? Now we have a problem. A real problem. Because if you have never heard this word before, you are not fit to lead a Gen Z team. Because the world we live in today, the employees that we are having today in our workplaces are majority Gen Z. These are the people who were born after 1997, just to be clear, 95, 97. That's the majority of the staff that we're employing today. And those are the people who are the future of work. So when we say, what is the future of work? The people who are the future are those people. And they're the people who are our future leaders, but who are also working with us, whom we need to understand. And they define that future. Now, when you ask them, what is work for them, they have a number of expressions that they use. The first one that you hear today is number 1, I want to make myself comfortable and express myself. That's how they define work. I want to make myself comfortable and express myself. And there are two key parts to their definition of work. The first definition is that I must be comfortable. And in other words, you can pay me the money. But there's a second part, which is probably different from most of us who are in this room, just looking at who we are, that a lot of us, we get the money, we're very happy, I work with your life. They want to express themselves. In other words, I must have the freedom to be who I want to be and to express myself when I feel like it. Two, what does it mean? If I sing, I'm not a judge, a lawyer, so my apologies. One, they mean I want to have agency. What does agency mean? Let me be myself. Let me do it myself. Let me run my own life. Two, I want curiosity. I want to find out what is happening and what the environment is and what is going on there. Three, let's collaborate. We are all on social, the whole essence of social media, social platforms is collaboration. So create an environment for me to collaborate where I can work with other people, whether physically or digitally. But let me collaborate. Four, I want structure. The most amazing thing about today's work is that while people talk about curiosity, freedom and everything else, underlying that, they still want structure. Don't come to me and put me in a chaotic environment. Give me structure that I can be able to understand what you're trying to do, where you're going, and what you're building. Four, I like hybrid. Allow me to work. So when I was preparing for this speech, I asked a lot of young people in this group, and I said, okay, what would that mean? They say, you know what, I don't mind coming to the office, but if I can do the work in 3 days, why are you asking me to come for 5 days? To do what? If I do it in 3 days, allow me to work from home for the 2 days. Then when you have enough work for me to spend time in the office, then ask me to come back. But don't keep me there because you want to see me sitting on my chair. So, 5, give me the space to do what I want after work. So, in other words, once I finish the work, allow me to do what I want to do. So, my work life and my personal life are very different. Now, this thing now where you start asking me questions about where I was yesterday, who I was with, and you want to monitor me, and you want me to say, okay, what you post on social media must be controlled by you. I don't like that. So if we're saying, what is the future of work? That's the future of work that we're defining. Those are the people that we are working with that actually are defining that future of work. And we have to start understanding them and start to understand how do we deal with that environment. And being a legal conversation, what is the legal statutes that we need to have that addresses that future of work? You might say, Charles, this sounds American. No, it's actually here. I have a young man who works for me at my house. My first few days was, okay, we start this time, we finish this time. Then I realized this is not working. I said, okay, let's agree on what you're going to do for me. Then he said, fine. Now, interestingly, you wake up on Sunday morning, he's working. And then last night I got home late at a meeting which finished late, 8 o'clock. I saw him working at 8 o'clock. I'm like, what are you doing? He says, no, I just thought, the weather is much cooler now. I can do my work now. And then, of course, he was working and watching the Arsenal-Chelsea game. So I've come to this conclusion that I actually need to stop worrying about what times he works, what he does, and how he does it. I should be more worried about what output does he deliver, and what is he delivering and when, because that's actually the real issue. So our ability to measure productivity becomes very important. And a lot of us in companies where we have job descriptions, where we work on job descriptions, we find our operating models can no longer serve, because people are not interested in what I'm doing now, but they want to measure output. So how do we create output-based organizations, not job description-based organizations? That's actually where we need to start thinking about how we create that and what we need to do in terms of creating that. So our relationship with our young people going to the future in terms of definition of work is actually a situationship. You know, for those of us who grew up in the olden days, previously you would get married, isn't it? Then they came across a thing called was cohabitation. Ever heard of that? Yes, where you live with a woman, but you are not married. And then, of course, your in-laws are asking you, when is it happening? And no one is answering questions, and it's going on and on and on. Now, these days, they have a thing they call situationship. Now, situationship is that you ask your son or your daughter, oh, I'm sharing a house with a friend of mine. Okay, do you have a relationship? No. Okay, are you staying together? Yes, in the same house. So what relationship do you have? It's a situation. Now, so we are in a situation, but it's not defined. It can go any way. And this thing can be, so that's how people are also working with us from a job point of view. They're in a situationship with you. The level of loyalty can't sometimes be defined. It's very borderline. So what's driving that? Of course, COVID had a lot to do with how we operate. Technology had to do with it. And we find ourselves in a situation where technology, of course, is facilitating a lot of the changes. COVID demonstrated how we can work remotely, what changes we can do, and how we can define that. But more interestingly, we're also moving into robotics. And the question I ask our esteemed judges here is, this week has been interesting for us in Uganda with the tax issue. At what point are we going to start taxing robots? I'm not giving you ideas. But I know the EU has started to work towards the legislation on taxation for robots. Because increasingly, as artificial intelligence gets better and better, we are increasingly going to start working to much more automated, where manual labor will be less and less, and productivity will be generated by robotics and machines. So how do you create a tax regime on that? At what point are we going to start thinking about legislation which governs the behavior and approach of robots? In fact, I think a couple of weeks ago, last month, a whole conference was held in Beijing to start to say how far can we go on generative artificial intelligence. Because people are moving it from 2D to 3D. We are not talking to 5D. 4D, you have a sense of smell and everything else, isn't it? 5D, you start having emotional feelings. In other words, we'll get to a point of robots which actually have emotional feelings. And the question is, do we want to get these robots to this stage and almost start to replace people? So in other words, I have my own set of robots which can do everything. And how is that future of work going to shape out, and what does it look like? It's not as far-fetched as we think it is. It's actually there. We have driverless cars. Am I right? Yes. I was in Dubai the other week, and at a banking conference, and they were actually projecting a situation where they will run the whole bank virtually with like 6 people. Now, the question we have for us here, and Commissioner yourself, what does it mean for employment in Uganda? I mean, I work in a bank. I've been to factories here where you walk in there, the whole thing is being run by 3 people. I'm sure you know that. And we have a huge population, very young. What are they going to do? Every CEO I talk to, they're talking about automating and digitizing. What does that mean? Globalization is there. The average young people don't necessarily feel tied down to work in one place. They work anywhere, wherever it happens. So you find the future of work is not about, work is no longer a place you go to. Because right now we're still defining work, even our letters in HR define work as a place to go to, your office, whatever, even give office hours. We need to change our legislation because definition of work is no longer a place I go to. It's the things that I do, not the place I go to. So work is no longer a place, it's a thing that I do. So how is our legislation adapting to that? How do we deal with even things like, what do we call this thing, we call it group life, injuries at work. So if I fall in a chair, I'm at home, will you call that injury at work? Because I'll sue you, and I said I fell on a chair, I was in a conference call, I'm at work, I'm claiming. And what is the employer's obligations when I'm sitting there and I'm doing all this work and I'm working somewhere else, even like right now after this thing, I'm going to go into a meeting. So if something happens to me here, am I at work or no? And what does the law say about that? Because my letter of employment says my office is in 26 Chadondo Road, 8 to 5. So the place I go to is now different because it's no longer about work. Work for me is now where am I doing it, and what am I doing at what point in time. One thing that I feel is grossly not dealt with in Africa from a legal perspective is the economic age. We define an employee as an adult who is 18 years old? Yes. But is that true anymore? Start with football players. Go to musicians. Okay, those are traditional that we know. But a lot of the coding and writing of software is done by young people, 15, 10. Have you ever seen, this thing, esports? PlayStation? You know PlayStation? Yeah. I mean, I've got a son, he's now in his 20s. But when he was in high school, I just woke up one morning and I saw this huge bill on, what do you call this thing, on my telephone bill, data. And I said, what the hell is going on? So I go, of course, I'm furious. I'm asking everybody, how can we have such a huge bill? What's going on? Okay, no, of course, no one confesses. You know what it is. They all look at each other and no one confesses anything. Of course, I was in South Africa at that time, go to Vodacom, very angry, harass them. They bring me the thing. We track the device. I find the device where? In my son's bedroom. And what is he doing? Gaming. Do you know he got to the quarterfinals of FIFA football? Worldwide. Number 3 in Africa. Playing PlayStation. This boy had enough money to pay for his own fees, which I didn't even know about. Sorry? Yes, as a star. Yes. So when we say, and someone is paying him economic age 18, you can contract, what does it mean? He is contracted, he's working. He's entering a whole competition. So who signed your contract? Who approved it? I just entered. How? Huh? Online. So you have this whole multitude of contracts that are being signed, which we have no visibility of and no knowledge of, and people are working and the age issue is completely gone out of the window. In fact, the younger, the better. So how are we defining who works, who doesn't work? And are we planning for it? And they're not just working here, they're working worldwide. So in fact, our tax base that we're calculating is the wrong one because we're looking for tax base for Charleston Mudiwa who works at Chadondo. We have no idea of this whole other economy. I think they call it the gig economy. Yes. Which in most cases is far much bigger than the one that's above the line. I mean, the last numbers I heard, and I need to confirm them, about cryptocurrency trading in Uganda was in the region of $4 billion. I mean, that's the speculation, but so if that is the number, that's a whole economy on its own. Who is trading it? There may be a few of us here. How many have done cryptocurrency here? Sorry, I know the judges are here. They will not arrest you. How many of us have done cryptocurrency? Okay, now what I can tell you, which is the most amazing thing, is that when I worked in Kenya, in the bank in Kenya, the largest volume of cryptocurrency transactions we saw were coming from a market called Gikomba. And this is a market like what, Nakasero or one of those markets. So you'd think this will happen somewhere in some fancy suburb somewhere. And I can assure you here, if you to start to track where the largest volume of cryptocurrencies are happening, you'll be very shocked. It's not people in this room, I mean, your voice on me, you don't. So when we start to define how we think laws and how we think about the future of work, that is the work. So you wake up one morning, your son or your daughter brings, or your daughter, let me put it this way because our daughters, comes along and says, this is my husband. What does he do? He works from home. What do you mean he works from home? Basically, the guy is either a cryptocurrency trader, isn't it? Or he's trading stock exchange, or he's doing something on the gig economy, or something. But he just sits in his bedroom. It's a situationship, yes. And he doesn't have one job only. He has probably 3 of those jobs. But can you define what he actually does? You can't. Then the issue of skills. I mean, each time I look at the job descriptions at my office, I just fight with my HR people. They like to write this thing, minimum qualifications, master's degree. In Africa, we have this obsession with the degrees. But the world has shifted on because there are things called micro qualifications, which is if I want to do law, I don't have to do the whole thing because I just want to do tax law. So I just go and take the module and if you look at modern universities today, that's what they're offering. I can do a module. You know, before you had to do, you know, it's like the old way, think about it, some of us who are old, The old days when you buy music, you used to buy a thing called an LP, which is the whole thing, isn't it? Then, or CDs, we used to buy the whole CD, isn't it? Then they moved this thing to say, no, 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 you don't have to buy the whole CD, just buy one song. When Apple came, it was a single. Then they called it, Apple came and put an iPod, isn't it? And the iPod, you could buy one song. Now we stream it. Am I right? I just choose the song and I stream it. That same thing is happening to education today. I don't have to buy the whole degree, to study things that I don't even want when all I want is text law. I will go and choose the module from text law. So when I finished high school, we were told you're either sciences or you are arts. Now you find someone doing English, he's doing physics, he's doing biology. Like, how did English and biology mix? So the whole concept of micro qualifications is something that we have to start thinking about, because all I want is I'm looking for text expert, I get someone who's done text law. And that's it. Once they finish, that's it. So the level of skills that we're creating in the world today and our ability to manage those skills is now a very different concept about how we think about it. So as we start to define even the legislation and how we define qualifications, we now need to start thinking about how do we get these people in a space where they can actually see what we want? And how do we recognize when employing people that actually I don't need a whole degree, I just need a micro qualification? Because if I'm looking for a software developer, I don't need someone with a whole degree in IT. I just need you to do a few micro qualifications in Python, and that's it, and you do it. So my challenge today is we're in a new environment, a new dispensation. And the question is, do we understand that environment? We are leading teams that are vastly, we've got 4 generations alive today. And in a lot of our workplaces, we have 4 generations working there. Do we understand all those generations, or are we still thinking we're running one generation? Very soon, Generation Alpha will be coming in. And what are we going to be doing? A lot of us stopped when the millennials were the thing because we heard a lot about them. But the millennials, most of them are in their 40s now. And with Gen Z running the world, are you ready for a situationship? Because if you're not, you might struggle. So I raise you that thought, that question for you to answer: are we ready for a situationship with the young generation that we're dealing with, who define the future of work? And do we understand it? And are we willing to confront it and to work with that environment? And by the way, the people who ride border borders are barely 18 years old. Perhaps we need to democratize how we give licenses, then they can get them. Because with or without licenses, they will still ride them. Because that's the young generation that we're talking about. And they will go and do whatever they want to do, with or without the laws. So the challenge is ours, but the world is moving, and it's up to us to embrace it. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Charles. Now that Charles has said that, we've been joined by Honorable Peace Mutuzo, the minister, the Gender State Minister. You're so much welcome, Honorable. Let's give it a round of applause. And again, we're joined by that is Dr. Hatwib Mugasa from NITAU. Good to see you, sir. Thanks for coming. I'm going to request that we are all going to stand up, Kwanzaa, and we see if we are ready for situationship. Kwanzaa, let's all stand up a bit. Let's stand up a bit. Let's stand up. Make sure that you have enough space around where you are. We're just going to do a very simple exercise. If you have your front button, the gents, you can loosen up a bit. We are going to, I'll come up here. We are going to get mangoes, okay? Just going to get mangoes. Just a simple jump, right? With your right hand, just jump and pick one mango up, and then you bring it down. One, we put it in the basket, down. Make sure you bend. With your left hand, we go up, bend to the basket, and then there is one that is a little bit up. You're going to go a little bit higher, right? On the count of 1, 2, 3, we go up, to the down. We can take our seats. Those are some of the things we need to do to make sure that we are up and running. Mr. Modiwa, you're speaking about output base versus job description. My job description says I should be at NTV Serena Conference Center by now. I'm at Mistil. How do they value my productivity while I'm away? And just to think out loud, do you have a situationship with your workers? Let's start from home. Let's just start from home. I don't manage my maid, but I see it from my wife who gives the directives. I just keep nodding. I don't know what goes in there, but the situationship is quite very crucial. And now that Hatwib is here, at times I get very, very, very disturbed when I'm signing up for something and a computer is asking me to confirm if I'm human. A computer asking me if I'm human. Some of these things, when Mr. Mdiwa was speaking, it started actually to make sense. How do you regulate the money I get off YouTube? UCC, I pay the license once a year. I get more than 15,000 US dollars, tax free. How do we tax all those bits? But before we tax anyone from URA, we love you in equal measure, we hate you, of IFRIS, especially us in business. But I think the game changer here, Mr. Mudewa, is delivery. At NMG, we have changed the entire approach. It's delivery. Can you deliver in time? Yes. And when you're done delivery, what do you do? With all this, especially for my generation, why they're disturbing you, data shows that people who were born between 1989 and above, they love eating so much. They are foodies. They call it a hobby. It's not shocking that when they're giving us jobs, when I'm speaking to my friend Alex, he will ask me, do they give you lunch? Yes. Do they give you transport? Yes. Kora. The less we don't look at it. And when it comes later to our productivity, we whine a lot. We don't have coping mechanisms because our patterns are totally different from your coping mechanisms. And we can only change this if we have conversations like this, looking into the future, the dynamics of the new working methods. I'm a creative, and I lead creatives at NTV. They are the most stubborn people, I think. They are the most stubborn people. Anyone who deals with engineers or graphical designers here, by show of hands? You give them work, and you tell them, I need that by 1. Say, okay. At noon, you find the chap seated under a tree, sipping water. And you say, but work is? He say, yes, I will deliver. And at 1, you'll get your work. Come to think about it, NSSF is here. The team that designed the app we have today, that upon your day of retirement, midnight, you get your first portion on your account. The team had to ask for a whole pool table in the room. They said, we are going to design it, but we need a pool table here. We need fridges of sodas. 7 to 8 in the morning, they're playing pool while guys are going upstairs. It was very complex. And Biarugaba said, when he was explaining to the board members, they could not understand it. We bypassed these chaps. They're playing pool at 10 a.m. in the morning. And later, when the timelines came, they delivered 2 weeks before. These guys were working in the night. Productivity, productivity, productivity. But while we're all doing this, the mental sanity matters of workers. Some of us are privileged. We have counselors and services at our workplaces, but not everyone has access to mental health. As a strong advocate of mental health, allow me to invite Dr. Juliet Naku, the Executive Director of Butabika National Mental Hospital, to come and share with us how to build a mentally healthy workplace. Every one of us here is prone to have a mental breakdown. Let's welcome Dr. Naku to prepare us for a day like that. You're welcome.
I wasn't given the protocol, but honorable members, honorable ministers here present, honorable members of parliament, justices and members of the legal profession, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I don't usually speak to a whole room of the legal profession, so I have no clue what to call them. I usually have to consult, what do we call this one? Because I don't know, but I'm happy to learn. My name is Dr. Juliet Naku. I'm a psychiatrist. Okay. I'm a psychiatrist and also the executive director for Butabika National Referral Mental Hospital. I'm going to change the tone of this meeting because you're talking law, me, I'm going to talk health. I hope that's acceptable. Okay, I'm not Gen Z, so I hope I'll manage this technology. Mental health is a critical issue. And everyone who has a brain inside their skull is at risk of developing mental health problems. I don't know where you fall, but everyone who has a brain in their skull can actually have a mental health challenge. And there's no health without mental health, as we'll discover. Mental health is an integral part of any health that we speak about. So we must take care of it. WHO says that everyone has a right to work, and all workers have the right to a safe and healthy working environment. That said, up to 15% of working age adults live with a mental disorder, according to WHO. That is studies done worldwide. So it is that common. It is not something we can relegate to the rare. In Uganda, a recent study that I was involved in, that I actually led last year, showed that in the communities we studied in 4 districts in northern Uganda, eastern Uganda, in the south, central, and in the east, 32% of adults in those communities had a diagnosable anxiety disorder. 18% were depressed. We're talking about the community. And 7% had harmful or hazardous use or dependence on alcohol. These are the communities where we pick workers from. I want us to take note of that. A mental health investment case done by the Ministry of Health Mental Health Division showed that we lose about 907 billion Uganda shillings due to mental ill health. And that is not only spent on the treatment we provide as Ministry of Health, but mostly due to absenteeism and presenteeism, and in some cases, death, because we see some suicides among Ugandans. The total number of working days absent was estimated to be 18.7 million for absenteeism, 6 million for presenteeism in 2021. That is in Uganda. Absenteeism and presenteeism costs were high, and most of these were contributed to by anxiety disorders, which I talked about earlier in the community. So there is a huge economic burden of mental health problems for Uganda. This only illustrates where the loss is. As we can see in blue, only 15% of the cost of mental health went to government healthcare expenditure. The bulk of it was loss due to, in red, cost of absenteeism occasioned by mental ill health. And then cost of presenteeism, 19%, and loss due to premature death, mainly by other diseases and suicide, was 8%. So when we talk about work, this is not something we can neglect, the mental health of workers. But what are we talking about? What is mental health? The WHO defines mental health as not simply absence of illness or disease, but a state of well-being, in which an individual realizes their own abilities to cope with the normal stresses of life. That recognizes that stresses of life will be there, but you should be able to cope with those stresses. It's not that there shouldn't be stresses. In which an individual can work productively and fruitfully and is able to contribute to their community. That is mental health. And what is mental illness, on the other hand? It is a diagnosable psychological disorder characterized by disruption or dysregulation of particularly your mood, your thoughts, and your behavior. Those are the areas where mental health impacts. And all those impact work. There's what we call well-being. Well-being is the interface between your physical, mental, and social health. It is not just your physical health, like most people think. So well-being is all of those things. Your physical well-being is such that you have a strong and capable body without illness. Your psychological well-being is such that you're able to accept yourself, you're comfortable in your own skin, you have a purpose in life, you have autonomy, like the young people I've heard being talked about. Do they have autonomy? Can they decide on what they want to do, when they want to do it, those kinds of things? You can manage your personal growth, you can master your environment adequately, and you're generally satisfied with life. Psychological well-being. If you have a worker who has achieved that, they're going to work well. Social well-being is when you have positive relationships with others, whether in your family, in the community, or at work, and you're functioning well in society. Those must come together for you to say your well-being is good. Very often, we forget that. Let's go back to mental health. There's a misconception, generally in Uganda, and I think in many African communities that mental ill health is madness. We call it madness here. And the picture of madness that we all grew up seeing and hearing about is someone who, runs out of the house, runs amok. We call it running amok. They undress, they're in the middle of the street, they are very dirty, they're eating from the bin. That's the picture of mental ill health. We are advocating to move away from that because that's exactly the reason we are here. Because the other forms of mental health are never talked about by most people, and therein lies the problem. So mental health lies on a continuum. At any given time, people may shift between a state of good mental health and mental illness, which is now the extreme end that many people see or recognize. When you have a positive mental health, you have normal mood fluctuations. We are not talking about moodiness. It's not about being moody. Everyone has mood fluctuations, depending on the situation they are in. But there should be normal fluctuations. You can afford to be calm. Your performance is good, whether at home or at school or at work. You are in control. Your sleep patterns are normal. Your use of alcohol or substances is well under control, and you're generally satisfied with life. On the extreme end, we have mental illness, where you have debilitating distress, aggression, social isolation, inability to cope with daily functions at home, at school, at work, and inability to perform your duties. But in between, there's the distress that nobody talks about. And this is what occurs in the workplace most of the time. You'll see people, I'm sure you have seen, with angry outbursts, excessive anxiety. I've had people who have come to me in my practice and they say, every time I see an email from human resource or the executive director, I panic, I get very anxious, I don't open it. Then at night, I feel guilty, I didn't open it. They open it at night, and then they can't sleep because they have opened it, and then during the day, they are messed up. I have heard those stories in my practice. So extreme fear and anxiety, excessive anxiety, panic attacks, moderate forms of depression, inability to sleep, either fall asleep or stay asleep, increasing levels of alcohol abuse. What we see normally is someone has been a social drinker, right? Then with time, they begin to hit the bar more frequently, take a little bit more. A young person who, was focused on their work now begins to come to office smelling alcohol, and that wasn't the case. So they begin to increase their use of alcohol, and some even start during that time, and the use of drugs, of addiction. Then they begin to have persistent physical complaints. I have pain here, I have a headache, my back is paining, they call in sick all the time. That is where we need to look as employers, because that is the gap. That's the area we are not looking. Unfortunately, if we don't, then we tip people over into illness. And then we start calling the ED. Can you please admit so-and-so? Can you please help us here? Because something wasn't done in the first place. I want us to look at that middle box and please think about it as employers. So this only demonstrates the continuum. So one author described it as, at one end, someone is flourishing, healthy and excelling. At the other end, one is languishing with mental illness and is in crisis. But in between, there are things that we never talk about. What are the effects of work stressors on mental health? By the way, work has a positive impact on mental health. I'm sorry, those things might be too small. I don't know. Work can have a positive impact on mental health. Unfortunately, the literature that we see most of the time seems to focus more on the impact, on the negative impact of work on mental health. They talk about burnout and other, but work can have a positive effect on mental health. Previous researchers have differentiated between stressors at work. They are the hindrance stressors and the challenging stressors. So I don't know which ones employers here are causing to their employees. The challenging stressors are the good ones, like a normal workload. I'm fine, Mr. Chamagero. Thank you very much. So there are challenging work stressors, like a normal workload, adequate job complexity, responsibility at work. Some people feel good when they're given responsibility, actually. That is stimulating for them. And those kinds of stressors may help people's mental health by increasing initiative taking, by encouraging problem solving at the workplace, by improving memory and information processing, and improving their cognitive performance. So some stressors are good at work. However, there are stressors at work that also may not be very good for people and may cause mental ill health, like role conflict, harassment and bullying. I heard the previous speakers speak about this. Red tape, inadequate pay. I think nobody here is new to that discussion. Those are the stressors that are actually causing a lot of mental ill health. They're impacting mental health negatively. But we are saying that there is a positive impact of work on mental health. It's not all negative. Okay. So decent work supports a good mental health because it provides a livelihood. You can earn and have a good life. Like all the lawyers I know, they all have a good life. So I imagine that there's not much mental health problems there. It gives you a sense of confidence and purpose and a sense of achievement. People who don't have a sense of purpose or a sense, who can't count any achievement in life, actually suffer mental health problems. Work gives us an opportunity for positive relationships and inclusion in a community. And that is something that caused us a lot of problems during the COVID period. The fact that we had to be separated, everybody was, at home. Some people live alone, and so there was a lot of loneliness. We got a lot of calls at Butabika. People, were just not well because they couldn't interact with people. Work provided for them that opportunity to engage with other human beings and form meaningful relationships and feel included in society and productive. COVID took that away. And hence the increase in mental health problems at that time. Work provides a platform for structured routines that keep us busy, engaged, and productive, minimizing boredom and redundancy. Young people these days, all the time, they say they are bored. I don't know why, whether the work we give them isn't engaging enough, whether the platforms we give them to work are not sufficient. I think this is something we need to look at. But young people these days talk about boredom a lot, especially the young ones who we usually are attending to because of alcohol and drug abuse. Boredom is one of those things they always mention. I want us to remember the statistics I gave in my introduction slide about the high rates of depression and anxiety in our community. And those were for Uganda. I did not even bring international statistics. Uganda, they are very high. And I said that this is the community from which we are getting workers. Now, there's people who have had a mental health challenge and have been treated, but they're in the workplace. Decent work contributes to their recovery. In fact, we usually recommend these people to return to work. So employers, please don't chase these people away. We treat them so they can return to productive levels, so they can return to work. It is good for their recovery. It improves their confidence and their social functioning, and it helps them to be better. So work can be positive, but work can also be a problem. There are risks. There are risks in the workplace to mental health of workers. And when organizations are planning their risk management plans, I do not know whether anybody addresses the issue of mental health, whether these ever get taken into consideration. But I would like to encourage that we should start looking at this, those of us who are managing others. There are risks such as those listed there, underuse of skills. I'll talk about the health sector, which I know best. We have, for example, doctors who have gone back to school and specialized in some things. They were working previously as medical officers, general medical officers. They go back and specialize. And somehow, there's no position for that specialist. They continue working as general doctors, getting the salary of a general doctor for years. You know, that is a risk for mental health for those doctors. Many find their way out of the country. Excessive workloads, and of course the health sector is not a visitor to this scenario. It is our daily thing. I don't know about the legal profession. A fast-paced workspace, like emergency workers, for example, unsocial, unflexible hours that the previous speaker was talking about, that the Gen Zs don't like at all. Unclear job role. What am I here for? What am I supposed to do? Some workers just don't know what they're, and that causes a lot of stress. I'm picking some so that I don't have to spend so much time here. So there are organizational related risks, and there are the personal and interpersonal risks. For example, violence, harassment, and bullying was talked about here. It is one of those risks for a poor mental health in the workplace. Discrimination. Even in Uganda, by the way, there is discrimination. You may not know, but where I come from, we speak to a lot of people, and these things come out. Under promotion, job insecurity, and inadequate payment, but lack of career development. I think the opportunities to train should be available so that people grow their careers. Otherwise, it becomes uninteresting. This is particularly for now the women employees, conflicting homework demands. That is a huge, huge problem in the workplace for women. It leads to a lot of mental health, ill health, if the workplace does not recognize that and make some allowances for women. This is something we must think about. And I'm glad the Honorable Minister for Gender is here, because these are important things that I think we must think about if we're going to improve the mental health of our workers. In the health sector, we have a lot of women nurses. They're the biggest, so these are very common. Limited support from colleagues and authoritarian supervision is one of those things. Like those people I told you who come to me and say they get very anxious every time they get an email from their HR or their ED. They want to collapse. Why should a worker collapse? Because of an email from the ED. But these are things causing mental health problems. So because of those risks, which we never think about, which we don't even design into our risk management protocols, we start to get mental health challenges among our workers. And some of them I will mention. Hey, the Gen Z Gazette thing has refused. Okay, burnout. Chamagero's gadgets are not. One of them is burnout. Burnout is an occupational phenomenon, and it is a state of emotional and physical exhaustion due to prolonged stress. Usually talked about in an occupational setting, not outside that. It is characterized by emotional and physical exhaustion, cynicism, someone, becomes critical of everything, is complaining all the time, is unhappy, and they detach because they no longer have the emotional or the physical energy. I don't know whether you've seen these kinds of people in the workplace who are burnt out. At the moment, in the recent revision of the International Classification of Diseases, it has been included as a diagnosable condition. So it is now a disease, burnout, according to WHO. Something that needs to be attended to, especially in the workplace, because it is a workplace phenomenon. The prevalence of burnout in the workplace is very high, but very often we don't pay attention to it. I cite a few studies. Most of the literature you'll find is about a few industries, health sector mostly, emergency workers, security personnel, often academic institutions. I've not seen something for lawyers, but I think I'm going to do some more research. Maybe they're okay. So in sub-Saharan Africa, the prevalence of burnout among nurses, generally in sub-Saharan Africa, has been recorded to be between 33% and 87%. That is really high. In Uganda, among health workers in central Uganda, Kabunga and others, this paper was published this year, it is recent, found 39.8% burnout. Now, that is almost 40% of your workforce. What are you doing with this workforce or about it? In IHK Hospital, International Hospital, Kampala, IHK, this should have been IHK, 66.9% rate of burnout was found among nurses. This study was published in 2020. In Kenya, 9.5% had high levels of burnout, and 24.1% had average levels of emotional exhaustion in the civil service employees of Kenya. I didn't find a prevalence for the lawyers. As I said, I'm going to do research. However, it was documented that among the lawyers, which means it happens there as well, burnout, among the lawyers, it was found to be strongly associated with increasing alcohol abuse. Yeah. And it was more among the criminal court lawyers than the civil court lawyers. So maybe industrial court lawyers are not, at risk as much. And please note that burnout was high among the younger, inexperienced lawyers. So that speaks to how we support our young people as they come into the trade. The more experienced ones were less burnt out. So it is a huge problem. Unfortunately, when it is prolonged and persistent and unattended to, burnout leads to other mental health problems. For example, depression. Very frequently, people who have burnout always turn up with features of depression. I'm sure that in your workplaces, you have seen people who present in this manner. They're always sad. They have lost interest in their work, no matter what you say. They don't have any concentration. They can't pay attention. They're making mistakes every time because they can't concentrate. They have a very low self-esteem. They have interpersonal problems in the workplace. They're fighting and quarreling with everybody. Some lose weight visibly, may lack sleep. Very often they come to us when they're suicidal, when they're contemplating suicide. Quite often that's the end at which we get them, which is sad because this should be prevented. Unfortunately, depression is not only a mental health challenge because if it is unattended to, it begins to affect the body. People who are depressed are at risk of having physical illness as well. They're at risk of having increased rate of heart attacks, increased rates of blood constrictions, blood vessel constrictions, and therefore strokes, increased rates of fatigue. So a worker will be fatigued early in the morning, during the day. I mean, every time they are tired, they just can't function. It increases pain sensitivity. You see a worker who is in pain all the time. Every day they say, I have a headache, my legs are paining, I have stomach pain. These constant complaints, it's because of that. Their immune system tends to be weakened, so they begin to pick up infections all the time. And the mother of them all is that depression lowers interest in sex. That comes with a plethora of other challenges that would definitely impact work because they will not be functioning at home, and that is a huge problem. When they come to work, that will spill over. So it's best that we attend to these things. And they're not uncommon, as you saw the rates that I presented. They are very common. In fact, globally, these are called the common mental disorders, CMDs, because it's known they are very common. We started from burnout. I said when it is prolonged, it leads to others like depression, but also anxiety. Anxiety disorders are characterized by chronic emotions of fear, worry, apprehension that hinders one's ability to function normally. You've all been anxious. You have seen, like in an exam, for example, that's normal anxiety. How you can't even remember what you read yesterday because you're anxious. Now, these people go through that situation on an ongoing basis over years, and that needs to be attended to. I'll not go through that list of how anxiety presents. Those conditions often will happen together very often with substance use and dependence, most especially among our young men. By the way, we have an epidemic in Uganda. We've always been talking about this, of alcohol and substance abuse and dependence. If we must attend to anything in mental health, that is something we must address as a country. It is going out of hand, and it is in the workplace. It is already in the workplace and affecting the performance of our workers very often, including health workers, unfortunately. So you find someone who has intense urges to use a substance, whether alcohol or other, needing more to achieve the same over time, spending excessive amounts of money on the substance, whatever salary you give them. Meanwhile, they're not meeting their obligations at work or even at home, but the money is coming, and they continue to use the substance even when they are aware of the problem it is causing. They sometimes try to stop and they fail. Now, when they get to that point, it is time for treatment. But I think it's better to prevent. So, in the current state, today's workforce expects employers to take mental health issues seriously and provide appropriate support and assistance because they're always stressed. The Gen Zs, they always come and say, I'm stressed. This is a very common word these days in our clinics. I'm stressed. You look at this young person and they're well educated. Their families have everything that they need. They're driving a beautiful car. They have a job, but they come to our clinics and say, I'm stressed. Maybe it is for those reasons that were talked about earlier, that we need to rethink our workplace, but they are stressed. And they're demanding that we should attend to these issues. Thankfully, this discussion is beginning to happen. And I would like to thank the media. They are doing a great job, Mr. Chamagero and your team, to try and bring this to the fore. As Uganda, we're really hiding our heads in the sand, but there is a problem. Unfortunately, for employers, many health insurance providers, I don't know whether they have changed their stance, but they opt to exclude mental health care and treatment, which shouldn't be the case. I think Honorable Mutuza should look into these matters. Insurances should not exclude mental health. As we said, mental health is integral to health, and it should be handled as such. So insurance companies should not exclude mental health. The converse is employers should negotiate with their insurers to ensure that their employers are covered for that, because many times it is excluded. So they come to us and they have to pay out of pocket and they can't afford it most of the time. So things get out of hand and they have to be admitted. That is loss to the company. Despite the non-economic toll of mental health and substance use disorders, employers are yet to invest sufficiently in the mental health of employees, and globally governments are yet to do enough to drive awareness and cause the necessary action on issues of mental health in the workplace. So I'm glad for this conference, actually. The discussion begins, and I think we shouldn't drop the ball. We really shouldn't drop the ball. I'd like to thank the people who organized this, I think, and invited me here. Because it could have gone on without me, I know. But yeah, it's a very good start. The cost of inaction is massive. Like physical health, making mental health care available comes at a cost, okay? It is not for traditional healers. It comes, but even at traditional healers, you have to take a chicken or something, a goat, a white goat or something. It comes at a cost because this is human health. But the cost of doing nothing about mental health in the workplace is significant. The indirect cost of reduced productivity due to the disability caused, the absenteeism, the presenteeism, even the death in some instances, far outstrips the direct cost of care. The US has made its estimates, but I talked about our estimates in Uganda. We lose up to 907 billion Uganda shillings in lost work. Absenteeism or presenteeism, people who are unproductive and yet they could be producing for the country. We should not forget that in addition, unattended to mental health will trigger physical ill health. And then your insurers will continue to plow the money. And yet we could have prevented that. So you have to treat the mental health and the resulting physical health as well. So it becomes more expensive. Simply put, the path to reducing healthcare costs goes through the brain. Deal with the brain. You'll be dealing with the body, most of the body. So let's not neglect mental health. Mr. Shamagar, I'm about to finish. So what should governments do? One, provide the necessary or strengthen the existing laws. And I'm glad Madame Mutuzo is here. The existing laws should be strengthened. The policies about work should be strengthened, and guidelines should mandate all employers, including government as an employer, because it's the biggest employer, to have in place mechanisms to promote, to protect the mental health of employees, and to prevent and attend to these mental health problems when they occur. So government has a role, in fact, a duty, I think, not just a role, a duty to ensure that by law. Is health a right? Health is a right? They tell me it's not explicitly stated in the laws of Uganda. Has that changed? In the Constitution, health is a right. Why would mental health not be a right? Our theme for last year was mental health, my right. It is our right to be mentally healthy, especially in the workplace. So I think the lawyers need to think about that as well. What do employers need to do? Ensure that in your places of work, you please raise awareness about mental health of workers, provide care and support for those who need it. That is the role of the employer. Talk about mental health openly and destigmatize it. Implement an occupational safety and health policy and plan that includes mental health. Usually when we talk about occupational safety and health, like, in industries, it is about injuries, when your finger is cut off, when you get an accident. What about when I get an accident in my brain? I get injured because of the work I'm doing. I work in an industry that is extremely noisy and chaotic and dusty. I'm going to get injured in my brain. I can't even sleep. Who deals with that? I think our occupational safety and health policies need to include mental health. Employers should develop and encourage an inclusive and supportive work culture so that those of our colleagues who are unfortunate enough to suffer some of these things can be supported. Some organizations do very well, actually, but many are still lacking. Build stress management skills among workers to help them manage skills. Provide reasonable accommodation. Like I said earlier, mental health problems are in the community already. And it's this community where we pick our workers. So when they have had problems, provide reasonable accommodation so they can return to work, maybe in a phased manner until they are okay. It is those things that help them recover. So reasonable accommodations with people. Policies on confidentiality are important because then people will not come out as they should if there's no confidentiality. These should be policies in the workplace. Health insurance packages should include mental health, as we talked about it earlier, and provide services as employers on site if you can. But if you cannot, provide insurance so that someone can go somewhere where they feel comfortable. These days, the Gen Zs love things online. There are lots of young people who are coming to me now. They have platforms. They want us to go on those platforms and provide care to young people. On Friday, next week, I think, I'm meeting with one of those to see how we can use their platform, which they have designed, to give support, mental health support to young people. So if you can have that, and we have a lot of counselors in this country. Uganda Counseling Association is big. They can help in these matters. What can employees do? Employees also have a role. They are not bystanders because this affects them. We do the Chamagero things. get up and pick Chamagero's mangoes and put them in the basket. Be active. That is very important for health, especially for mental health. Exercise. Exercise produces certain chemicals in the brain that actually lift the mood. So we always encourage exercise to improve people's mental health. Take notice, live in the moment. We talk about mindfulness, or seek help when you need it. Keep learning. Employees should keep educating themselves, right, about mental health, but also about other things. People who have a good mental health learn new things. Purpose to learn something new every day. Explore, and that is good for your mental health. Have sufficient regular sleep. Now, these young people who, Mr. Chamagero, these young people who work at night and during the day they are playing, did you say pool? I don't know about that. What time of the night do they work? I don't know. But not having sufficient regular sleep is a problem for mental health. That is why some of them may burn out, actually. So we encourage to have regular sleep and sufficient sleep. 6 to 8 hours for an adult. Connect with others. The workplace provides that opportunity, which is good, but the current landscape of work is such that people are working on computers and are sitting. I see young people sitting in cafe javas on their gadgets, and they say they are working, you know. They're not in office, they're in cafe javas. So that way, they're not connecting much because they are, especially IT specialists, they are on the computer or on the phone, you know, but we advise connect. Build useful supportive networks and engage them regularly. I normally advise people, join something useful. Rotary, Toastmasters Club, charity clubs in church. Join these things so that it takes you away from this gadget where your work is all day. So that lack of connectedness is causing problems. And of course, practice altruism when you can. It is very fulfilling for any human being, and it's good for our mental health. In summary, what we just said is that work can be a protective factor for mental health, but can also contribute to poor or worsening mental health. Work-related mental health conditions are highly prevalent, but they are preventable if we do the right thing. A lot of productive hours are lost in the workplace because of burnout, depression, anxiety, alcoholism, and substance abuse, and in some instances, the severe mental disorders, which I have not even talked about, they may occur. Unfortunately, people living with some of these mental disorders are excluded from work, and yet this helps them to do better if they're encouraged to work. The cost of doing nothing about mental conditions to the national and global economy is very high. This is because of the resultant absenteeism, presenteeism, which reduces productivity. So much needs to be done to promote mental health at work and support people, and governments, employers, and employees have a role to promote, to protect mental health, but also to prevent mental illness and to deal with it in order to mitigate the loss to our economy. I thank you very much.
Let's appreciate Dr. Naku again. Apologies, those online have seen the women activists attacking us for not having a gender-sensitive platform where a lady can put a glass. We apologize. Such tough times. Ladies and gentlemen, we're joined by a couple of other people. The Secretary General of UNATU is here, Mr. Richard Bijira is here. Thank you so much for coming, sir. But in the next session, I want us to stay in the future so that we have the first panel in the future. Those in support say aye. The ayes have it. Allow me invite Mr. Moses Segawa to come and take us in the next session. Let's welcome him, comrades.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chamagero. I will heed to the all protocol observed, even though I have been informed that that is a wrong statement of protocol. But for the sake of time, I would like to get straight into our next business. I will very quickly invite our panelists to the podium, and those are, I'll just read them as you give them a warm welcome. Dr. Hatwib Mugasa, the Executive Director of National Information Technology Authority. We also have Dr. Safina Kisu Musene, a commissioner of the Ministry of Health, and Mr. Kurai Sebulime, who is the representative of the Executive Director of the National Planning Authority. And finally, Honorable Byakatonda, Honorable Dr. Abdul Byakatonda, who is a member of Parliament. Welcome. Give them a warm welcome, please. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. So we are tackling the topic, the future of work, just following from Mr. Charles Mudiwa, who gave us a very interesting detour into what the future of work would look like. Now, before I go very far, I know Dr. Hatwib, this area, you're probably the one statutorily with the authority to take us, to implement this future. And perhaps, as far as you're concerned, you know how far we are in this journey. So I would like to take a risk here. Members, and if the members of the panel will allow me, let's just hear from Dr. Hatwib to go first, just, to give your uncensored response to Mr. Mudiwa's speech, bearing in mind that you are statutorily empowered to deal with the space of technology and how far we are in that. Yeah.
So, thank you, Mr. Segawa. And I will give a brief remark before going to the panel discussion. The emerging technologies, which most of you know as the artificial intelligence, blockchain, Internet of Things, and other technologies, are enabling the way we do our work. However, if we look at the most common technology you referred to, that is artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence was a concept that was designed or thought of in 1960. So I would not wish to, or we would not want to refer to it as an emerging, or it's already an existing. It's an existing, old, it's improved, but there are much more technologies that are coming up now. There's now quantum computing. Looking at the way computers think, we all know how computers, sorry, I'm assuming probably, I thought I was at NITA. We know how computers think with zeros and ones, but there's beyond zeros and ones. There's the quantum computing, having a computer imagine or think in a 0 and a 1 at the same time. That's the level of emerging technology that we're moving to. And within the sector or within government, at the means of ICT, we formed a task force, the National Task Force on the Fourth Industrial Revolution, or the Fourth Industrial Revolution, which is drafting a strategy document. The document should be coming out soon, but we are planning, or we are looking at those technologies that here in Uganda we can implement, not just only for our work, but even our day-to-day operations. In the financial sector, I had someone ask about Bitcoins or using cryptocurrency for transacting. That's also being considered. And even for the operators, not just only transacting, but if you want to open up a business for cryptocurrency, we are working with the central bank to allow such innovators operate within our economy. Even before the policies are out, they will be operating in a sandbox or in a controlled environment. There are other technologies that are out there that would like, or investors or innovators would like to implement in Uganda. We are working with those, we also get those considerations and review them in the task force, and we see how we can implement them without waiting for that long leg of development. You know how we missed out in the first, second, and third industrial revolution. Fourth industrial revolution, we're saying let's not wait. Let's move at the same pace as the developing economies. So that strategy document, which is being drafted at the means of ICT and national guidance, shall provide a roadmap or a framework where emerging technologies can be deployed. We took note of the biggest factor that is required, and this is policy. We need to be structured in the way we deploy these technologies. We cannot just go out in the field and deploy without having a structured way or a structured document that's going to guide us. So within the strategy, it recommends developing policies, providing the baseline or the infrastructure, which the ministry and NITA we are doing, but also awareness, informing the stakeholders on the right way of deploying or utilizing these technologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Moving just a little away and going to Mr. Sebulime from the Planning Authority. You are the ones who envisage our future, Vision 2040. From NPA's perspective, where are we in this envisaged future? Your response.
Thank you very much. I will apologize, I missed the presentation. We're already having another engagement on the NDP4 process, which is already started. As you're aware, NDP3 is coming to the end next year in June. So we must have NDP4, which is to inform the next budgeting process. And we're discussing issues of employment mainstreaming, how we can mainstream employment in planning processes and budgeting processes. And I think it relates to the discussion which is happening here. And to start it, maybe I can say the main issue of concern as regards the future of work is about whether economies are going to gain net gains in terms of job creation, or are going to become net losers in terms of losing jobs. And the situation is going to be a bit different across sectors and across programs because of the different contexts and situations. If you look at the global perspective, For example, currently you're aware the global population has hit about 8.3 billion people, and about 500 million people are out of employment, are looking for work, are willing to work, but cannot find work. And such a population has become so diverse, very much connected. The discussions of the gig economy also come into play. So from the planning perspective, we are looking at how can such technologies be harnessed to optimize opportunities in the Uganda's context. If you look at the running NDP, the third National Development Plan, we have two full programs trying to address issues of AI and emerging technologies. There's a program on digital transformation. It's a full national program. And we also have a program on STI. So these programs, from the planning perspective, we are looking at how can we harness government expenditure to spearhead research and innovation. You'll find we have provided for resources. For example, under Makerere Relief, there is a research and innovation fund that is aimed at generating ideas that can be harnessed and tapped to enhance people's incomes. As you're aware, the goal of this running NDP is to improve incomes of the households. So we must see every aspect in the perspective of how it can improve people's incomes and welfare. So we also look at it in terms of the different policy perspectives. We are saying, how can we protect the innovators who are coming up with the new technologies from Uganda? And that's how the discussions of the intellectual property rights comes into play, so that we're able to protect the innovations of innovators in this country, and also to support the multiplication of the innovations with a view to increase incomes and also drive the transformation which this country desires. That's what I can say broadly from the planning perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will just move to Dr. Safina. When I was still in school, AI stood for artificial insemination. And I believe there are some people who still think about that when that is mentioned. We perhaps need to first understand, what does AI mean? So from an educational standpoint, skilling of our youth and our students, how are we preparing for this future?
Thank you very much. By the way, I realize that I need to introduce myself. The names are okay, but I work with the Ministry of Education and Sports, not Ministry of Health. And I want to say that in the educational sector, we remain committed to ensure that Ugandans, especially the youth that cover the largest percentage, are skilled. And therefore, we put in place mechanism of providing quality education and sports, but also we ensure that we provide technical guidance and support as far as education is concerned. And we work with all partners, and especially for today, we need to talk about Ministry of Gender and Labor to ensure that whatever that comes on board, especially the industries where our students work after qualification, get the relevant skills that can make them cope with the new technologies, the artificial intelligence that has come on board, and they remain relevant. We create curricula that not only look at what they are going to do today, but make them appreciate that, yes, I lack the skill, and therefore I have to learn and I get that skill, because we have a perception that appreciate that the skills that are needed tomorrow may not be known today. And therefore, they develop that attitude of being lifelong learners. But through consultation with the world of work through reading, through researching, through having the skills of the 21st century that promotes creativity, decision-making skills, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And coming to Dr. Byakatonda, Honorable, I know you come from the fraternity of labor, and maybe about 100 years ago or so, an economist, Keynes, I hope I'm pronouncing it right, predicted technological unemployment. That was as early as 1930s, that machines would take the place of humans. You know, it's 100 years down the road, and it's perhaps not yet happened. Is this the time? The future of work that is being projected today with the Industrial Revolution seems to be a threat to employment. What do you have to say?
Thank you very much, moderator. Allow me to observe all the protocols earlier listed, and indeed thank all the stakeholders listed here for enabling us have this second National Labour Convention. I think let's join hands to thank them. Before I diverge into answering the question, I want to say this is a very important aspect that we have started on, and now I wish we can actually take stock in future on the possible achievements that come as a result of this very important engagement. Keynes and others here predicted technological advancement as a key challenge, as one of the emerging issues. Collaborating that with Adam Smith. Adam Smith mentions that everybody is a merchant. And he goes on to say that if you cannot meet your needs without actually buying goods manufactured by another. And Adam Smith goes ahead to highlight that productive labor is the store of value. So this said, it means that at least they're emphasizing the importance of the labor force, of the workers. And when we talk of Uganda in the future, I think we must highlight key underlying issues that we need to focus on. One, the ILO in 1919 came up with the tripartite arrangement, where we are looking at the employees, we are looking at the employers and the government. So when we have this, it means we can actually move around this and exploit and ensure that at least we remain trendy. What is important, and what I must mention here is adaptability. Once we adapt, it means that we can actually remain trendy and remain relevant. Adaptability means three things. We are looking at purpose, people, and processes. Once we live within these lines, it means we shall actually remain relevant. I want to mention that Africa has a population of 1.42 billion. And of these, 200 are youth between the ages of 15 and 24. This means it poses a challenge so that at least we find practical solutions and ensure that at least we move in a manner that's trendy. When we work under tripartite arrangement, it means we can actually move an extra mile. For example, Uganda now currently is at 45.5 billion US dollars as our GDP. Kenya has 13.7 GDP. Tanzania has 75.5 GDP. But I must mention that a private company like Amazon, I think you have heard of Amazon. Amazon currently employs 15,000 workers, and those ones that are within their supply chain are 35. That means one company, which is private, is employing 50,000 workers, and with a GDP of 450 billion US dollars. So that means Uganda is doubled by Amazon 10 times. So what does this mean? We need to change a paradigm shift and ensure that at least we move in a way that is very trendy and ensure that at least we adopt key strategies. For example, is it clear about the vision and mission of the organization that you work for? When we look at Convention 87, ILO Convention 87, we are talking about right to organize. As a country, we have tried to cascade this into the legal framework. For example, under Article 29, 1E, we are talking about the right to organize, freedom to form associations, freedom to form unions. So if I may ask, how many people have known that right to form unions? So that they can actually advocate for their rights. So that they can actually move within the advance of technology. You'll find that, I think, if I'm not mistaken, if we are 200 here, about 20 people have known the right to unionize. And under Article 40, subclause 3, we are talking about collective bargaining, we are talking about the right to organize. All these can inform the basis to rotate around these technological advancements. We are talking about environment and a number of things. So what's important is not what was predicted, but the preparedness. Are we proactive or we are reactive? When we do this, I think the sky is the limit. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Even as we try to wind it down, I want to come back to Dr. Hatwib. Often and lately we hear a lot, everyone's talking about AI, the future of work. Sometimes we may want to think, is it now just hype and it's over-exaggerated, and yet, we still remain with the realities of today, of daily bread, of etc, etc. But from where you sit with your statutory mandate, are there any threats that come with these developments that we have to worry about, and how do those fit into the policy agenda?
In my view, I think the biggest threat is missing the chance to utilize AI efficiently. Yes, there are threats. There are other threats like cybersecurity. Now, instead of hiring maybe 100 hackers to attack a system, you just need one AI model, or you get a programmer who can design an AI, an artificial intelligence system that will do even much more disaster than 100 or even 1,000 hackers. That is our biggest threat. Efficiency, their speed, but that's the reason why they were developed, to provide that efficiency, speed, accuracy that we were not able to achieve. But in my view, the biggest threat is us using it rightfully, or using it in the right way. AI, the initial iterations was text-based. You give it a question, it responds with an answer. Then you give it instructions, it responds with an action. How you see now the self-driving vehicles. Now they are going into video and audio. You give it an instruction, and those instructions generate a picture of, let's say, a tree or even a person. I can generate your picture or your video in a place that you were not. And I will even give you a voice. But that is not what all AI can do. That is interesting. Yes, it gets you motivated to use AI, but what more can we use AI for our benefit? That is the biggest risk, us missing that chance of using the available technologies for our social and economic benefit. Why I am insisting on that, we are now moving to generative AI. AI as a concept is defined and clear, but generative, where you generate something out of nothing or out of a concept. That is where we need more awareness. And if we don't understand the concept, we will be speaking about AI till something else now takes over. And we will have only just generated pictures of people and not actually benefited from it. While the developed nations that really know or really appreciate the need for AI will have moved way beyond, economically, way beyond what we intend to do. So the risk, yes, there's risk, cyber risk and all the computer related or technical related risk, but the biggest risk is in awareness, failing to really understand and achieve the intended benefit from this technology that we are deploying. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Musene, as your parting shots on this subject, we've recently had a new curriculum in the secondary school curriculum. Does it accommodate this future and all these developments?
Thank you very much. I want to say yes, and I want to just give you what has just happened today. Before I came in here this morning, I interacted with a group of youth between 9 years to 17 years, and they have developed skills in robotics, and they have been able to build a team that is going to international level competition. And some of these children told me they want to be space engineers, they want to be petroleum scientists. And from what I interacted and I got from them, they confess that whatever they have gone through has supported them to do well with the new lower secondary curriculum. I want to say that we have introduced the new lower secondary curriculum, which is a competency-based. But the most critical issue in it is that it is making a learner to be at the center of learning, and therefore answering the question of having the youth getting bored with maybe what we may call old information. This new lower secondary curriculum is making them not only to learn theory, but also to learn competences that can enable them to survive and cope up with the future that they expect to get. So it is a good foundation that is taking us away from memorization, but to what can I do to survive? And I want to say that that is one of the best reform as the education sector that we have brought for this country. What I want to request all of us to do is to support its implementation. Of course, it calls for a lot of commitment from the trainers. They must be skilled. The teacher that we have today must be able to implement this type of curriculum. But also the resources, because within it, we are making projects. Children are making projects that relate to various sectors. They are making projects that relate to the trade industry. They are making projects that relate to agriculture, to tourism. And when they do those projects, the resources that they need may not be the resources that we used yesterday. And therefore, it requires a lot of support. And me as a person and the educational sector, we know we are on the right track with that lower secondary curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, to our last two panelists, your parting shots, starting with Dr. Byakatonda. Your parting shots. I will let you have 2 minutes, just final thoughts on this subject. I know, being a politician, I've given you a free rein.
Thank you very much. I want to really appreciate this kind of engagement, and we are basically trying to see where we have performed better and where we need improvement so that we can fill the gaps. For example, you realize that I think they have taken us a bit of time to have the industrial court instituted, and as you've had the challenges they have, so this is what we are trying to ensure that we fight around this and make them full operational. That's very important. The other aspect is, I think most of our workplaces, you will find that there are cliques as a result of lack of dispute resolution mechanisms. And yet, in our shelves, we have what we call the public service, negotiating, consultative and Dispute Settlement Machinery Act of 2008. In essence, this is supposed to resolve conflicts. We have a court of first instance in every workplace of public nature. But are we operationalizing it? And moving forward, at the Ministry of Public Service, we have what we call the National Negotiating and Consultative Council, which ideally should look at disputes. So by the time we move that way, we are going to the Public Service Tribunal. And recently, I want to thank government and specifically the Ministry of Gender for coming up with the Labor Advisory Board. The functionality of awards, especially by the minister, has been a challenge. But now that board is in place. It was launched actually this year. So I want to urge us to know our rights. That's the bottom line. They said the law belongs to the vigilant. You find that we are talking about collective bargaining. If we had collective bargaining fully operationalized in the country, then you would find that at least we could have industrial harmony, then there would be increased productivity. This is lacking because of failure for people to understand their rights. Article 21, we are talking about freedom and equality, freedom of association. When you look at Convention 100, equal remuneration, equal rights, and that has also been actually cascaded into our constitution. But operationalization is a challenge because basically when the framers of the law, they said at least choosing to associate in the union is the onus of anybody. Nobody can actually force people. But that doesn't mean it should actually encumber all the processes that could actually help us. Of course, when you talk of technology, the key issue is that we want also to double production. Because we are saying the world is continuously becoming a global village. So we should leverage technology in order to enhance productivity, increase on our GDP, enhance service delivery. So I want to urge us really to be ambassadors as we go so that we can actually look at this. When we do this, it is possible. Actually, I want to tell you it is possible, and we can also go relief and benchmark for good practices in those economies. Because how can one private enterprise be bigger than the GDP of the East African community combined, East African countries within our domain? So I think we cannot shy back. We really need to ensure that at least we enhance workers' rights, because these rights are actually both intrinsic and extrinsic. Intrinsic, even just giving a certificate to somebody in our workplaces can mean something. Or certainist check, for example, is something. But of course, the key challenge is that we are looking at financials. We are very much imbued and obsessed with financials. Everything we are touching, financials. So we need to have a paradigm shift and look at other aspects so that we can enhance the economy. Otherwise, the future is very bright. Just a matter of leveraging the legal structure and mechanisms within, and then we can actually be better off. The sky is the limit. I thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Sebulme, your final thoughts on our planned future.
Thank you. I think we cannot talk about the future of work and do not talk about the skills for the future. The future of work will come with the demand for its own skills. Like Doctor had put it, I think we have tended to be reactionary in nature in this country than being proactive. So we should take forward the function of human resource development planning in this country so that we think ahead and see the kind of human resources that this country will require in the emergence of these technologies. There are so many emerging sectors, which will demand different skill sets. So the planning must begin now. We should take forward the discussions with the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Gender, discuss the possibilities and the opportunities for the future of work, and see how can that inform the education and skills development. Currently, as NPA, some of you may not be aware, but we produced the first national human resource development plan. And in that plan, we tried to articulate the kind of human resources that this country needs in light of the strategic development agenda as put in the Vision 2040 and the NDPs which are running. So based on where we want to be by 2040, we have tried to think strategically what kind of human resources will drive the transformation that we are talking about. So the plan has been the first plan, of course, in this country. And as we are doing the NDP4, we want to take forward the discussions and see how can we plan better for such kind of skills for the future so that we are able to optimize the opportunities that AI and those technologies present to us. So the point is we need to be proactive and discuss as stakeholders in education and skills development. That's going to be very critical going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Panelists, please, ladies and gentlemen, could you applaud many thanks. Thankfully, all the ministers are here, they're listening, the policy gurus, all. I mean, the way to the future, I think, is clear. It's ever changing. I think someone said that the A in AI is artificial. So it still remains that it's humans who are going to execute our future. So we will not rely on AI ministers or AI judges or whatever. I think that we still have a role to play. Yeah, so thank you very much once again.
Let's appreciate Moses for such an incredible work. Friends, in the interest of time, you'll bear with me, but the next panel that we should have today has been moved to tomorrow because we understand we have quite very pressing issues and most of you would like to be a part of it, but tomorrow it will fit in right as and when we shall have the Deputy Attorney General in our presence. Apologies to the team that had to discuss today. That was the first panel, but we wanted not to lose the ball of the future. To close this meeting, I will invite the minister, but just to alert you that tomorrow we are starting at exactly 8. Please, please, please. Tomorrow let's keep time. Today we started at 10:15, an occasion that should have started at 9. I request that tomorrow we keep time. We come quite very early in the morning. If you stay far away from Wakiso, those who stay in Mukono, the train is up and running. Drive your car, park at Namamve. 20 minutes, you'll be in Kampala. And it actually passes via here. So please use the train. It's up and running. It's only 2,000 Ugandan shillings. So let's keep time tomorrow. And we want to appreciate in a special way our key partners today. Rescue, want to appreciate the Uganda Law Society, NSSF, GROW Project, Annabelle, and not forgetting your great partners who have been here today. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite the State Minister for Youth and Children Affairs, Honorable Balam Barugahara. Let's welcome him to close today's session. You're welcome, Honorable Minister.
I am Barugahara. Colleagues, honorable ministers, present, judges of the Industrial Court, representative of His Excellency, the Ambassador of Belgium, Mr. Luke, almost, this name was almost sounding like prison. Pison. Members of Parliament present, keynote speakers, Honorable Justice Nzioki Maku, Honorable Justice of Employment and Labor Relations, Kenya, all dignitaries in your respective capacities, ladies and gentlemen. As we draw closer of this insightful and enriching first day of the National Labour Convention 2024 on the theme Improving Access to Justice, Equity and Future of Work, I am greatly encouraged by the discussion and ideas that have been shared throughout the day. The conversation we have engaged in have underscored the critical importance of equity as we navigate the evolving landscape of work. In our pursuit of future where every individual has the opportunity to thrive in workplace, regardless of background and circumstances, we must remain steadfast in our commitment to fostering an inclusive environment and advancing policies that promote fairness and equity. It is only through such concerted effort that we can truly unlock the full potential of our workforce and build a more and just, prosperous society. I am inspired by the collective determination demonstrated by all participants to address the challenges and opportunities presented by our changing nature of work. I am confident that by working together across sectors and borders, we can pave the way for a future where equity is not just a goal, but a reality for all. A great appreciation is extended to the sponsors of today's event, today's convention, that is Enabler, Uganda Law Society, Industrial Court, International Rescue Committee, National Social Security Fund, among others. In addition, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for your contribution, insights, and dedication to this important cause. Thank everyone for coming. Let's carry forward the momentum generated by day one of this convention and continue with the same zeal and participation until the end of the event and into our different workplaces thereafter. I take this opportunity on behalf of the government of Uganda to invite each one of you to Fort Potro on 1st May as we celebrate International Labour Day. We shall be grateful to see you. On behalf of the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, we love Uganda's labour force and we shall stand by the international laws. Thank you very much. For God and my country.
Ladies and gentlemen, given where we are and the traffic patterns of this place, I invite you for coffee. We have tea in that lobby there. Before you leave, kindly have some cup of coffee, one or two, before you get in that traffic jam. Those of you who are tech savvy like Dr. Hatwib, I'm sure your Google Maps will show you the red and then the orange light around the Electoral Commission former offices. But friends, thank you so much for coming today. Turn to your neighbor and thank them for being patient and coming today. Please turn to your neighbor, thank them. This is who we are. Tomorrow morning we shall start as early as it will be. The panel that was meant to be will be the first one to start. And then the Minister of Justice will then close up the day tomorrow. Enjoy your evening. Good evening.